The first sentence makes sense to me in relation to the defined settlement boundary. It'd be helpful, I find Councillor Suggett's comments on that point specifically instructive. The second sentence is concerning to me, though, given the evidence in front of us, which is that in the absence of convenient and safe walking and cycling routes to larger settlements, future occupants would be largely dependent on transport, so on and so forth. And then it would also conflict with the principle that new development should make the fullest possible use, that sentence there, which then relates to GEN 05 and HOU 03. Those two policies are not relevant to the sustainable policy, which the Highways Authority has found this to be in accordance with. So having just looked at the local plan, the two are not cross-referenced. So I think I raise that as a point of process, really, because from my reading, that reason for refusal just doesn't make full and complete sense. Notwithstanding that point, I think the flood zone mapping that was shown in front of us, I'm not convinced it doesn't show in enough detail to the extent to which we are saying, or the officers are saying, that the flood zone issue is of concern. The built footprint does look, from the thing that was shown in front of us, to be outside of that flood zone area. So it'd be helpful to just get some clarification on those points, please, because as far as I can see it, this is largely in accordance with policy, and the reason for refusal seems to muddy the waters.
Okay, that's what I thought. So just to clarify, the Highways comments have been summarised in the officer report because overall they have no objections to the scheme, but in their detailed comments they do mention that it is an inaccessible location in terms of walking and cycling. And that is consistent with the appeal decisions that we've had on the site previously, and also at the Alderwick Hall, which is closer to the settlement boundary, where there is no footpath available, then it is not considered to be an acceptable walking route. Acceptable, safe, lit walking route, and therefore cannot be a sustainable location. And we had that appeal within the last couple of months, and that forms the evidence base for all the applications you're going to hear this morning. With regards to policy Gen 05, that is your catch-all policy, so that aims to direct development to sustainable locations. And any development outside of those sustainable locations, i.e. the settlement boundaries, then that allows for sustainable development. So for example, we're in a HOW 3 village. Policy HOW 3 of the local plan requires development to be immediately adjacent to the settlement boundary. And that therefore allows for further sustainable development. So policy Gen 05 is the policy that then guides you on to policy HOW 3, which then tells you what is and what isn't sustainable development. I'm really sorry, Councillor Taylor. I think you referenced two policies and I only wrote down Gen 05. Was the other one COMO? Okay, so HOU 03 is to guide development where it is outside settlement boundaries. So policy HOU 03 says that all development must be within settlement boundaries of villages, no, village service centres, local service centres, apologies, and where it isn't, it may be acceptable where it's immediately adjacent to the settlement boundary and it respects the character of the area. Now, obviously, members, with relation to policy HOW 03, you need to consider that the council cannot demonstrate that we do not have a 5-year housing land supply at the moment. So you must apply the tilted balance to policy HOW 3 because that is a policy that seeks to guide housing. In the officer's assessment, they've applied that tilted balance for you, and obviously it is our opinion that it doesn't meet the tilted balance because this isn't a sustainable location. You've already heard from Councillor Suggett that people do walk along this road and access Great Ellingham. What we're saying to you as officers is that without a safe, lit, paved footway, then other appeal decisions have said to us this isn't a sustainable location. With regards to the flood risk and mapping, absolutely agree with you, Councillor Taylor. The applicant has submitted a plan based on a topographical survey that shows that all development lies outside of flood zones 2 and 3. They're the flood zones that you need to be concerned about, members. Unfortunately, the MPPF at paragraph 175 is explicit and says where flood risk lies within a red line boundary, within a site boundary is the language that it uses, then that application must be accompanied by a flood risk assessment to demonstrate that the development, so the housing and the access and the parking, lays outside of that area. I completely accept the agent's point and Councillor Taylor's point that he has submitted a topographical plan to show that, and that the flood risk assessment might not show anymore. But factually, members, the MPPF does require one, and that's why we've added that for a reason for refusal.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bambridge, please.
Thank you, and thank you for that, Rebecca. I'm not going to mention flooding this morning, in this application anyway. But before I come to my points, can you just be clear on the view of the parish council? I know you said something about it, but I entirely missed it. I recognise the ward member is generally supporting, and I wonder what the view of the parish council was.
Are you still on board?
That's all right. So Great Ellingham Parish Council raised an objection on the basis that the site is outside of the development boundary for Great Ellingham. There is no footpath to allow pedestrian access to the village, and there are highway concerns. The previous applications have been rejected for similar reasons, which have not been addressed. The parish council also feel this will have a negative impact on local infrastructure. They also added that in view of Great Ellingham's dark sky status, they requested a lighting clause if permission was to be granted.
Okay, my word, that raises a nest of worms, doesn't it? Okay, I would like to say regarding this application, I read it, I hopefully read it reasonably carefully. And I was very concerned that there had been a previous application for a different sort of development. It had been refused, it had been appealed, and it had been turned down. And it seemed to me, or at least I couldn't find adequate satisfaction that those matters had been dealt with. I'm addressing mainly the applicants here, because when you come to this committee with an application for instance, custom self-build, we can go against policy and we can vote for it to go through against our officers' objections. But this time you haven't convinced me about the true validity of the custom self-build. I'm not saying it's not there, but I'm just saying you haven't convinced me in your presentation, and you haven't convinced me that you've addressed some of these concerns from earlier applications. And I do agree with the ward member. I represent a rural ward myself, and footpaths and lighting are not common features in the Norfolk countryside. So I recognise all of those. But I have to say, I don't think you've convinced me that this is it. So I'm tending still to side with officers. I mean, you can come out with some revelation now if you like, but it would have to be pretty good. Thank you.
Was that an invitation for the applicant to speak, or did you want us to take him outside and beat him up?
No, I raised a couple of questions, and I think it would be right for the applicant to answer if they have answers. Thank you.
There we go, sir. Would you like to answer?
Thank you. So in terms of self-build, we've submitted numerous letters, signatures, legal agreements, and information supporting how the development was designed, the design process we went through with the applicant and their family. They've all signed letters to say they're happy with that. I think I'm right. I'm looking at Becky. That would be signed by a 106 as well. So it'd be a legal agreement. They would have to be self-build, and they would have to go with that. So we've tried to cover that off as full as we can until we get to the point of a legal agreement. It would be a self-build development, and it's put forward on that basis. If it wasn't, then we'd be having to put B&G, etc., in there as well. and it is a genuine self-build. That information has been provided with the application. In terms of the appeal, so the appeal was a completely different development scheme in terms of what it looked like, in terms of the principle, in terms of self-build. What we've tried to do is address those points, particularly in terms of heritage and in the shape and the layout and the footprint of the development. And its setting, it's not set hard against the boundary, it's not looking to remove trees, it's looking to work so that the listed building is kept away from effectively, and it is set in a horseshoe shape for that reason, to try and encourage development within that and no further development around it. We've tried to cover those points. Admittedly, from an appeal point of view, it's difficult to overcome the settlement boundary because the settlement boundary for Great Ellingham is where it is. We can't overcome the settlement boundary point. That is a point we just can't overcome, basically. We've tried to cover the flood risk, we've tried to cover the ecology, and at every point in there. I take your point, it is difficult to take it away from that because it is for free dwellings in the same location. So the principle of the development is the same, but the actual application detail is completely different. It's been started from afresh and with a clean piece of paper. I didn't do the original appeal scheme, so I've started from fresh as well for the applicant and started completely from new.
Okay, I think that's ideal. Any further questions? Councillor Kittle-Morris, please.
Clear my throat. Thank you, Chairman. The only thing that concerns me is the self-build nature of this particular application. I just wonder, we are supposed to have a register of self-build. Have these sites been put on that register prior to this application? They have. Okay. So they are actually self-build, and we can control that through Section 106 that they are self-build. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I'm nodding, and for the benefit of everyone, the applicants have adequately demonstrated that it is truly a self-build development, and in the event we were recommending this one for approval, we could secure that through a Section 106 agreement. And then just to upset Councillor Bambridge, you can't discount the policies because it's self-build, but you can put self-build in the planning balance, and you can give more weight to the fact that it is a self-build development, but you can't actually discount policies. You still have to take them into consideration.
I love that it's not only a self-build, it's truly a self-build. That's the bit that I liked, truly. Okay, Councillor Wilkinson, please.
Thank you, Chairman. One of the slides showed access, there's a lay-by running up to the old Queen's Head. I just wondered if the old Queen's Head is occupied, and is access off that lay-by to the development site, and is that an official parking lay-by, highways lay-by? Can trucks or whatever pull in there and park?
I don't think trucks will pull in there to park because it's not a, there's a lay-by further up that's a lot wider. This is a bit narrower, but it is access to the Queen's Head. They've got their access point off and they're parking off that one end of that turning point. Does that help at all? It's occupied, yeah.
Okay, any further questions, members? Nope. Okay, thank you very much. So, with this item, our first of the day at Great Ellingham, the Old Queen's Head, and that is reference PL 2025-0463. Your officer's recommendation on this one is one of refusal. Could I have a show of hands, please? 1, 2.
Oh, you've got one more. Do it again, Julie.
Hang on. Could you hold your hands up nice? Yep. 6. And those against? So.
That was a really confusing
Yeah,
resolution.
no, your hands up for refusal. Sorry, hands up for refusal.
So it sounded as though you were resolving to refuse. People for that was the first one, or against it? Can we?
No, I need hands up for refusal initially. That's the officer's recommendation. It's refusal. Were you happy with that? Yes. And do the whole thing again. Right. Let's have hands up, please, for refusal, which is your officer's recommendation. If you're in agreement with the officer's recommendation. Oh, we've got 8 now. That's good. And those against the officer's recommendation? 1. Okay, that's fine. And someone abstained? Did someone abstain?
Did you put your hand up? I'm going to abstain
Oh,
because
you?
I'm so on the fence.
Okay. That's fine. So this item is refused. Thank you very much. Okay, moving swiftly on. We're still in Great Ellingham at Walnut Tree Farm in Bow Street. This is item PL 2024 0556. And we have speakers on that. I've got Tree Law Shepherd, who's an objector, Oliver Serrick, who's the agent, and Ashley Broughton, who's the agent as well as the architect. And we have Councillor Sugget still in place. Okay, lovely. And we hand over to Lisa for this one.
Thank you, Chairman. So the application proposes the erection of one self-built dwelling on land adjacent Walnut Tree Farm in Bow Street, Great Ellingham. This is the location plan. As you can see, the site is adjoined to the north and south by parcels of paddock and agricultural land, and then further development alongside. This is a slide just to show the site in relation to the Great Ellingham settlement boundary. As you can see, the orange square there denoting the application site, and the pink, the Great Ellingham settlement boundary. As you can see, it's quite some distance away. Just an aerial photo of the site in a wider context with the main Watton Road to the south, which leads into the village. The proposed site plan with the dwelling shown there and to the sort of north of the site, parking to the frontage. Proposed elevation, so it's a single-storey, 4-bed dwelling. Proposed floor plan, open plan kitchen, dining, lounge, with the bedrooms to the west and south. Some site photographs, just see the site there with the adjoining property shown to the left. And this is the other side of the site, so that's Walnut Tree Farm, or Walnut Farm, sorry. Just a few slides showing sort of varied development types along Bow Street. It's varied, sort of lots of different dwelling styles and types. And then back to the location plan. So as shown on the slide, the land lies a considerable distance outside of the Great Ellingham settlement boundary, with the services and facilities available to residents in Great Ellingham some distance away. Policy HOW 3 does allow for some development outside of these areas subject to certain criteria, one of which is that the site lies immediately adjacent to the settlement boundary, and therefore the proposal is not acceptable in principle when assessed against Policy HOW 3 of the plan. It should also be noted that Policy HOW 3 does allow for self-built dwellings, but those criteria of that policy has to be met first. The Council accepts that we don't have a 5-year housing land supply, and therefore the proposal has been assessed in line with government's sustainable development objectives, and this is fully detailed in sections 1.5 to 1.9 of the officer report. But the proposal is not considered to meet the economic and social roles due to the minor nature of the development and limited contribution to the supply. In terms of the environmental element, the proposal is considered to introduce further development into the countryside in an area that doesn't represent a logical extension to the settlement boundary, where the benefits outlined, i.e. the self-build element, are not considered to outweigh this harm. The site is considered too far away from the services and facilities in Great Ellingham or Attleborough to be accessed safely by any other means by car, given the narrow, unlit roads leading to them, as well as the fast-moving nature of the traffic travelling along the Watton and Attleborough roads, making this journey unappealing to anyone by foot or cycle. The dwelling type and design was amended during the course of the application process. The revised design and siting is considered modest and more sympathetic to the character of the area. However, the placement of further development in this location is considered harmful to the predominantly open and rural nature of Bow Street and will represent a further encroachment of development into the countryside. This view was the view of the planning inspectorate in an appeal decision for this same site, which, whilst related to a different design, the overall issues remain the same. In respect of the statutory consultations, the Parish Council is concerned and raised objection about the highway safety implications of approving the development, flood risk and the design. 16 representations were received locally raising objections and concerns, which are detailed in the representation sections of the officer report, but are largely shared by us. The ecology team, contaminated land team and tree officer has raised no objections subject to conditions. In terms of highways, the applicant submitted amended plans on the 29th of July to address some of the initial highways comments. The highways officer has since raised no objection to the scheme subject to conditions, and this removes the third reason for refusal detailed in the officer's report. In respect of flood risk concerns raised locally, the site is not shown to be at risk of direct fluvial or surface water flood risk as defined by the Environment Agency mapping, but representations in this regard are noted and a condition could be imposed in respect of surface water drainage disposal if approval were granted. However, for the reasons detailed, due to the unsustainable location and further encroachment of development into the countryside, the proposal is not considered acceptable and the benefits, i.e. the provision of a self-built dwelling, do not outweigh this identified harm, and as such we're recommending refusal. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Suggett, would you like to go first or last? Okay, thank you. I've got objector Trilor Shepherd. Have I pronounced that correctly? Oh, thank you.
I'm slightly wrong-footed on this one because I thought on the agenda that it was coming after the two other planning applications, so I've written it as though it's coming after, so forgive me for that.
Okay.
There are 20 objections on the portal. These reflect, and this is where I've gone wrong, similar concerns expressed in the two previous planning applications on Bow Street. The claim that, quote, the application site is strongly sustainable, providing immediate access to essential services by safe, maintained pedestrian routes, unquote, is strongly refuted. First slide, please. The proposal that a bridle path can provide a safe route to the village is absurd. Only a very fit person on a mountain bike could manoeuvre this way, but of more concern, it would necessitate a right-hand turn on a double bend along the very busy, narrow Watton Road. Next slide, please. The claim that Bow Street has verges suitable for pedestrians to walk is also not correct. Next slide, please. Although the design of the build may have changed, concerns remain about drainage, as this would still necessitate a large, hard-standing area, reducing significantly natural drainage in an area of Bow Street particularly prone to overflow after heavy rainfall. I respectfully ask the committee to uphold the planning officer's recommendation and therefore refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got Oliver and Ashley. Who one speaking or? Oliver. Okay, just you then, sir.
Morning, everyone. My name is Oliver. I'm joined by Ashley. Thank you very much for taking the time to consider the application. As already mentioned, there are a few applications for Bow Street. We also weren't quite sure in which order we are. So I think the few points that I do have probably won't cover anything that has been mentioned. Our main reason to be here today is really just to answer some questions and any concerns, but there are some items that I would like to highlight just for your consideration. According to a 25 ordnance survey data, there are approximately 29 homes on Bow Street. When paired with Norfolk County Council's 1988 data, it becomes clear that 14 of these 29, which is roughly half, just under, are either entirely new builds or have recently been substantially rebuilt. We have quite a few examples of these. I won't necessarily list them, but we can go through them if you would like. With that, our proposal is in keeping with these developments, we do believe, and also the application site itself previously accommodated a dwelling. It is believed to have been removed somewhere between 1960 and 1988. We cannot confirm exactly when this demolition might have occurred, but the structure is shown on the 1960s records, but is absent from the 1988 Norfolk County Council data. That, yeah, just something to consider. And lastly, I would like to mention with regards to highways, recently a highway speed limit survey had been conducted, and it also confirmed that the average speed limit for the road is 19 miles per hour. This would actually then be an improvement on the visibility displays that we had previously had in our drawings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Suggett, please, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies, committee, but I think I also am going to sound like a broken record this morning. Like's been mentioned, there's a few applications which have come in this morning for Bow Street, and the reason that I am here talking on the applications on Bow Street is given that they have caused a great deal of local tensions, there are some residents of Great Ellingham who actually welcome some growth, and they have felt that they have not perhaps necessarily been able to view that opinion, given some of the hostilities what have been around some of the applications which have come forward this morning. I appreciate the comments which have been made both by the officers and everybody here today. Bow Street is where it is geographically. It cannot be changed. You've heard this morning that over the course of time it has been built upon. It has got a mixed variety of uses, of style of houses, size of houses. For this particular application, I do revert back to my comments from the previous application. Custom self-build is something that as a council we're trying to work on. We've had the task force in, we have tried to get this boxed off in our housing strategy, and for these reasons, for this particular application, I do believe that on balance, a modest approval of one self-build to our register does outweigh the balance of the concerns which have been raised this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, this item is open to questions from members. Anyone wishing to ask questions at all on this item? No? Oh, Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Chairman. We did see on one of the latest slides a drain off Bow Street. I believe, is that a drain or is that a river? Does that run anywhere or is it always full like that? Does it flow away?
There's quite a large pond which is just behind a ditch alongside the site of the build. And that particular area of Bow Street is very prone to runoff if there's any heavy rain, and the ditches overflow, and certainly the pond overflows as well.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Banbridge, not allowed on flooding because you told us.
I was just going to ask, as we asked the last applicant, where the officers, whether this applicant has been on our custom self-build register. Thank you.
Yes, they are registered on the self-build register.
Okay, I've got Councillor Taylor and then Councillor Kittle-Morris.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple, can we just get sense the feedback. Just wanted to get clarification on the reasons for refusal that are established in the report. So I understand that the 29th of July submission then removes reason for refusal 3 regarding visibility. and there is no objection from the Highway Authority with respect to sustainable transport provision. So so I just wanted to confirm that my understanding is correct. And then on reason refusal 2, just for the avoidance of doubt, am I understanding that if I get down to brass tacks, the reason refusal gets to the point that this would be in effect infill development between the two blocks of residential development because of the reference to sporadic development, or is it something more about the linear progression along Bow Street?
So in terms of the second point you raised, in terms of infill development wouldn't be relevant in this instance. Policy How 3 isn't related to infill or rounding off. It's whether it's immediately adjacent to the settlement boundary, which isn't the case here. What we're saying is that the further development of this land would result in encroachment into the countryside, which isn't what we're seeking to approve. In terms of the highways comments, they are raising concerns in respect of the sustainability and location of the site.
Okay, thanks. But the Highway Authority has raised a no objection position. So that's my understanding.
So they've raised a no objection on the basis of conditions in terms of highway safety. So they've provided adequate parking, turning, but they acknowledge that the site isn't what they consider to be in a sustainable location. But there has to be a pragmatic approach on some sites.
Okay, so there's no objection on the point of sustainable transport provision from the Highway Authority, so that's useful for us to know. Would you mind just getting, well, that, they raised concern.
The Highways Authority have raised concerns, but the matter of sustainability isn't their material consideration. It isn't their statutory consultee duty to give us advice on that. It is us as the local authority to consider that option, because their statutory duty is about highway safety and preventing a severe impact on the highway network. It is therefore us as a local authority to make a judgment about whether this is or isn't a sustainable location. However, in their submitted information, they do say that Bow Street is an unlit single track carriageway subject to the national speed limit with embankment verges offering no refuge to pedestrians. The site is remote from the town of Attleborough with a round trip of 7 miles to access comprehensive local services, facilities and employment. There is no opportunity to encourage travel by sustainable modes of transport, with the occupants of this dwelling principally reliant on the use of a car. Whilst the village of Great Elm is near it in proximity, amenities are limited. And they say your authority may wish to take the above into account when assessing this planning application. So what I need to be really clear about is that they are highlighting the issue of no public footpath, which it was the exact reason the inspector refused the older car hall appeal, which is less than 60 metres away from the settlement boundary. And if there is no paved footpath, and the inspector does mention lit as well, then it is not considered to be a sustainable location, and that appeal decision is a material planning consideration in the determination of this planning application because it's so relevant and so new.
Are you happy with that response? Or?
That is clear, and I'm comfortable with the difference of opinion. The second reason for refusal, though, could I just understand that? Because on the where it's talking about the unwarranted intrusion of built development, the way, if I remember correctly, the red line boundary plan shows housing to the north and housing to the south, and then this would in effect be sort of sandwiched between the two. Is that correct? Can you just build on that?
So you'll see that the site, yes, there is development to the northeast and south, but it is between existing paddock and agricultural land, with agricultural land to the rear. This is a cluster of existing development, but it's historic development. And what we don't want to do is fill Bow Street with further development.
I think in terms of character, just to expand on that point, your design guide, member, tells you about what is important about recognising the intrinsic beauty and character of areas. And I think what Lisa's trying to say to you is the character of Bow Street is sporadic development set with large open spaces in between clusters of small development. And therefore, once you start to fill in those spaces, then you intrinsically change the character of that street. And therefore, that's why you've got reason for refusal too.
Councillor Kittle-Morris, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just a comment. I think on the previous application, Councillor Suggett mentioned you could step off to actually walk along a road. There was enough verge for people to step off the highway onto the highway verge. In this particular case, there isn't. Because there is no step off available all the way along Bow Street, as far as I can see from the slides which were shown by the objector. So I think I would come down in favour of the officer's recommendation on this case. Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions from members. Okay, that's fine. So with regards to this Great Ellingham again, which is Walnut Tree Farm, application number PL 2025-0556. Your officer's recommendation on this one is one of refusal. Can I have show of hands to agree with the officer's refusal? No. And those against? And abstentions? One abstention. Okay, thank you. Okay, this item is refused then. Thank you very much. We'll have a short break. It's just about, well, by that clock, 11:05. So can we just have 10 minutes? We'll just have a quick coffee and comfort break and return. Okay, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Welcome back. We're ready to start again. So our next item is item 8B. Again at Great Ellingham. It's the Great Ellingham show today. And this is a serendipity again in Bow Street, PL 2025-0590. And speakers on this one, I've got Sarah Boddy, who's an objector, Ollie Jones, who's the agent, and we've still got Councillor Saggott with us as well. Okay, if I take a seat, anywhere will do. Anywhere will do, don't worry about, well, we'll all laugh at what the sign says, but don't worry, you sit down. Okay, I'm going to hand over to Naomi.
Thank you, Chairman. So this application is for the erection of, it seeks full planning permission for the erection of 2 bungalows with integral double garages on land located east of Bow Street in Great Ellingham, adjacent to a property called Serendipity. It is outside of the settlement boundary for Great Ellingham. So this is the location plan showing the site within the red line and land within the applicant's ownership within the blue line. The site comprises meadowland with trees, hedging present along the boundaries to the south, east and west. Residential development is present to the north of the site, extending in a linear pattern along Bow Street. To the south, east and west beyond the public highway is open agricultural land. So this is the site in relation to the settlement boundary of Great Ellingham shown here, and you can see the linear development there along Bow Street. And this is the site in the wider context. You can see it's a rural site. It is adjacent to some existing residential development. And you can see just in the bottom corner there is the new development which is being built within Great Ellingham. So this is the proposed site plan. There's 2 bungalows that are proposed, street fronting. These are the proposed elevations, modest size houses, and the proposed floor plan. These are the site photos. This is the existing entrance, and that building there relates to the adjacent property known as Serendipity. And this is a view looking north along Bow Street, which is a single rural lane. And the view looking south along Bow Street. And this is a view southeast across the site. And the adjacent dwelling for context of the street scene. And some examples of varied house types along Bow Street. And back to the location plan. Following a consultation process, there has been objections from Great Ellingham Parish Council on the basis that the application is outside of the development boundary for Great Ellingham. There are also highway safety concerns in terms of the amount of vehicular traffic that would be generated along a single track road with no pavements. And there are also flood risk concerns on the basis that flood risk is great and many of the residents have been adversely affected by flooding in recent times. In the event that permission is allowed, they have recommended a condition relating to lighting on the basis of Great Ellingham's dark sky status. In terms of ecology comments, there is an objection from the council's ecologist on the basis of insufficient ecological information on European protected bats and mandatory biodiversity net gain considerations. There has been no objection raised from the local highway authority, contaminated land officer, environmental health, and the historic environment service, subject to conditions. In terms of comments from the Tree and Countryside officer, They have raised objections relating to concerns that plot 2 is likely to be impacted through shade caused by existing category A and B trees on the boundary of the site. There have also been 17 representations received from local residents, 1 in support and 16 objections, and the details of which have been bullet pointed within the officer report. So in terms of the assessment of the application and onto the principle of the development, the site is located within the parish of Great Ellingham, which is a local service centre, and principles therefore assessed under policy HOW 3 of the Breckland local plan. The site is located outside of and not immediately adjacent to the settlement boundary of Great Ellingham and is therefore considered to be non-compliant in that regard. But the council obviously do not have a 5-year housing land supply at present, and therefore the application has been assessed in line with the principal sustainability requirements of the MPPF, namely relating to the economic, social and environmental considerations. So in terms of economic and social criteria, the proposal would provide 2 additional dwellings and would therefore make a positive, albeit small, contribution to the housing supply deficit. The proposal would provide limited short-term economic benefits through labour and supply chain demand required during construction, and longer-term economic benefits through additional household spend within the surrounding area, which would be generated by the provision of the dwellings. However, given the small-scale nature of the development for 2 properties, these benefits are not considered to be significant and not definitive in this instance. In terms of the social role of sustainable development, there are no services and facilities within the vicinity of the application site. The nearest facilities available within the village would require a moderate walk along Watton Road, which is a relatively busy arterial route passing through Great Ellingham. Parts of the route to the nearest services and facilities, including along Watton Road, lack both pedestrian footpath and street lighting, with varying speed limits up to 60 miles per hour. The council do not consider the village services to be safely or conveniently accessible from the application site by means other than private car journeys. This issue was raised by the Planning Inspectorate when determining an appeal further along Bow Street for another residential development. In comparison, that site is fractionally closer to the village than the current application site, and both sites lack both pedestrian footpath and street lighting, with varying speed limits up to 60 miles per hour. With regard to public transport, whilst Great Ellingham is served by bus services, there are no bus stops within a reasonable walking distance from the site. In this regard, travel to larger settlements with access to key services and facilities would be via country roads with unpaved and unlit sections and with varying speed limits up to 60 miles per hour. Future occupants of the dwellings would therefore unlikely walk that distance to meet day-to-day needs, and whilst some may cycle, this would not be a viable option for all and not inviting in times of adverse weather conditions. Therefore, there will be a high reliance on private vehicles to reach services and facilities, including employment and education, that may be required to meet day-to-day needs. The proposed residential scheme would therefore not represent an accessible form of development, given a high reliance on the use of private vehicle. And in terms of the environmental perspective of sustainable development, the proposed dwellings would introduce new build form on a greenfield site that currently contributes positively to the prevailing rurality of its countryside location, given the location of the site away from core sustainable areas identified within the Breckland local plan as suitable for new development, in addition to the high reliance on private vehicular use to access day-to-day services and facilities at times convenient to future occupants. the proposal would go against the environmental aims of sustainable development. And the council therefore considers the application would result in an adverse environmental impact, and on that basis overall the principle of the development is not supported. In terms of character and appearance of the development and having regard to design considerations, given the existing residential development along Bow Street varies in terms of scale and design of properties, the proposed single-storey scale and design is considered acceptable, having regard to the adjacent single-storey property and subject to a materials condition requiring precise details of external roof materials to ensure the development integrates to a high degree of compatibility with the host dwelling. In terms of layout, it is accepted that the proposed boundary to the east of the site will not extend beyond the boundary of the existing residential development to the north, and the buildings will be set back on site broadly in line with adjacent development. Street-facing dwellings and the spacing between the properties is also considered acceptable. However, notwithstanding the above comments, the council is mindful that policy Gen 5 of the Breckland local plan states that outside of defined settlement boundaries, development is restricted to recognise the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. And this is further supported by policy EMV05 of the Breckland local plan. The character of the application site is undeveloped, it's open, it's rural. The development of the site would result in an undesirable consolidation of development in a location where the prevailing sporadic arrangement helps to define the essential rural character of the area. The overall scheme would therefore result in an unwarranted intrusion into the rural setting to the detriment of the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside, contrary to policies COM 1, Gen 2 and EMV 05 of the Breckland local plan, as well as Gen 05. In terms of amenity impact, there are no objections in this regard. The visual dominance, loss of light, overlooking and overshadowing impacts are considered acceptable. In addition, the development would ensure the proposal does not give rise to any undue noise, odour or other forms of disturbance, given the nature of the development for residential purposes. No objection has been raised from environmental health, and the proposal will maintain an acceptable level of residential amenity for neighbouring occupants and provides generous private amenity space for future occupants of the dwellings. The application is therefore considered to be compliant with regards to policy COM 3 of the Breckland local plan. In terms of highway safety, the proposed site layout plan shows sufficient on-site parking and turning provision for 3 vehicles. In addition, the provision of double garages for each of the properties will ensure safe storage for bicycles, and the local highway authority has raised no objections subject to conditions. On that basis, the application is considered to have due regard to highway safety considerations. Moving on to ecology and RAMS considerations, the applicant submitted a preliminary ecological appraisal and biodiversity net gain assessment in support of the application. The council's ecologist requested further information for consideration. This has been reviewed, submitted and reviewed by the council's ecologist. However, they continue to object to the application on the basis of a lack of ecological information. The proposals are therefore considered to be contrary to policy EMV 02. The council's ecologist also states that they have reviewed the biodiversity net gain report and the statutory biodiversity metric and are not satisfied that appropriate information has been provided prior to determination. Therefore, this forms another reason for refusal based on biodiversity net gain considerations. In terms of RAMS, a completed unilateral undertaking has been submitted prior to determination. This is considered acceptable, and on that basis, the application is compliant with the Conservation of Habitats and Species Regulations 2017. In terms of tree considerations, the applicant submitted an arboricultural impact assessment and method statement and associated plans for consideration. The Tree and Countryside officer has raised concerns regarding plot 2, advising that it will be in shade for a greater part of the day during the spring and summer months, which could lead to pressure for inappropriate pruning or removal of trees. In light of the Tree and Countryside Office's comments, the proposal is likely to lead to an adverse impact on existing category A and B trees located in close proximity to the application site. And on that basis, the application is considered to be contrary to policy EMV06 of the Breckland local plan. In terms of flood risk considerations, having checked the government's flood risk maps, the site is located in flood zone 1. However, it's also noted that a small proportion of the site and its access to the west is located in a surface water flood risk area. Whilst it is accepted that the dwellings would be set back on site away from the flood risk area, the access remains within the identified surface water flood risk area. Therefore, sequential test is required as per the requirements of the MPPF. A site-specific flood risk assessment, including a sequential test, has not been submitted in support of the application, and on that basis, it's considered insufficient information has been submitted, and accordingly, the application is considered to be contrary to policy ENV 09 of the Breckland local plan. And essentially, the application is recommended for refusal on those bases. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Naomi. Okay, Councillor Saggart, would you like to go first or last? Okay, that's fine. I've got Sarah Body, please, who's an objector. You have 3 minutes, and you'll just need to switch your microphone on.
I thought I was going to go first, so sorry if I misread something that put something in that I shouldn't have done.
You know, go on, go first, because Sarah's not wants to go last.
First of the Ellingham applications.
Oh, I see.
Sorry, so there's a...
Oh, I see. There was a bit of confusion earlier. Don't worry. If you press your microphone, we'll soon tell you when it's on. Yep, you're away.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Please note this application comes alongside 2 other proposals totaling 5 new houses, all for large dwellings on greenfield land along Bow Street. Together, these will overwhelm our small rural lane and irreversibly change its character. The proposed site is Greenfield Meadow, not a garden plot as described in the application, and the entrance is on a blind S-bend. It lies outside the settlement boundary for Great Ellingham. Bow Street is a historic hamlet and is not a designated growth area. The Council's report rightly identifies this potential development as an unwanted intrusion that undermines the area's visual beauty and countryside setting. Next slide, please. There are no safe walking or cycling routes from Bow Street to Great Ellingham. Residents will be entirely dependent on private vehicles, which is contrary to the Council's own policies and national planning guidance to reduce car reliance. I have lived on Bow Street for 24 years, and the lane and deep ditches are now regularly overflowing and flooding in winter. Next slide, please. Bow Street is a single-track country lane. It has no pavements, no street lighting, no passing places, and a 60 miles an hour speed limit. The lane is subsiding and cannot sustain increased traffic. Vision can be extremely poor. Increased traffic from new homes, visitors, deliveries poses a serious safety risk to resident pedestrians, horse riders, dog walkers, and children. The proposal offers no local housing benefit. The properties are large, high-value homes on greenfield land. They do not meet genuine housing need and risk overdevelopment without community benefit. These are money-making proposals for landowners, developers. Next slide, please. The site is a long-established meadow, possibly 30 years plus, home to a diverse range of wildlife, including bats, of which I've got 2 recent videos of the resident bats, and barn owls. Development here would irreversibly damage the local ecosystem and biodiversity. Next slide, please. In summary, this application is unsustainable. It's outside the settlement boundary. It'll increase car reliance. It offers no local benefit. It will negatively impact local wildlife. It will endanger lane users,
and will be harmful to the rural character of beautiful Bow Street. I respectfully urge the committee to uphold the planning officer's recommendation and refuse this application and the 2 other applications that are also in progress. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Got Ollie Jones, please. 3 minutes, sir.
Morning again, members. You've heard from the planning officer, you've heard from the objectors today. There's a couple of points I'd like to challenge from the officer. So, cramped development, it's two detached bungalows on 0.4 of a hectare, sitting next to existing bungalows in an alignment along Bow Street. Flooding, we are outside of the flood zone. There is a ditch that runs along the front there. Anyone who looks at surface water flooding maps will see every single ditch, every single pond is part of a surface water flooding proposal. You can bring in the government website up and you will find that across the whole country. That is standard now. The site is not in a flood zone. It's not in a surface water flow path. The dwellings have been designed to avoid this and to keep out of the way of it, and the access is existing. Although there is a surface water flow path across it, this is part of the ditch system that exists. B&G and ecology, we've submitted ecology surveys, we've submitted the B&G surveys. The ecologist did not find any issues with bats on the site. The ambiguity coming from the ecologist is seen across numerous applications. The B&G application, the reason they have rejected this is because we've considered too large an area rather than too small an area. They've taken the whole site rather than just a smaller red zone site. This is the reason you'll see for refusal and can be confirmed by the ecologist if required. The tree survey, you will see a point noted regarding tree removal. If you look at the tree survey, this is a dead tree. This is not a tree that is being removed for the development. It is a dead tree, and that is written into the tree officer's report as well. Again, this can be brought up and shown to you by the officers. I'd like to challenge some of the things raised today. So, no footpaths. Great Ellingham is a rural village. I would like to see where there are footpaths in Great Ellingham. There are very few footpaths in Great Ellingham. They surround the school and the central spine of the village. Long Street has no footpaths. Bow Street has no footpaths. If we start to introduce footpaths to these developments, you will open further development. Great Ellingham has a dark sky policy. If we put lighting on these developments, we go against that policy. These developments, as referenced, are money-making schemes. They are for local people. I'm a local person. I live here. This is the sort of job that pays my bills. Everyone involved in these schemes is local people. 2 houses provides apparently insignificant information for local economy. The local economy relies upon these small developments. Ground workers, tradesmen, plumbers, builders, we all rely upon these small applications to pay our bills. Persimmon are not going to hire us. We're not going to get 150 houses. These types of developments are for local people. They are 2 houses. Whilst it may be considered insignificant to some people, these types of developments are what keeps the local economy going. They are keep local tradespeople going. The application has more than just a small timescale in terms of economic impact. It will bring people into the area. It will bring people to Great Ellingham. People that live in Great Ellingham and move to Great Ellingham realise it is a rural village. It has limited services. They are not going to buy a house in Great Ellingham thinking they're going to get the services of Attleborough, Watton or Dereham. That is simply a point of fact. So to sum up, please consider the economic impact these smaller developments have, and please consider the points from Councillor Sarah Suggett as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Suggett, please.
Morning again, everybody. Apologies for sounding repetitive, but again, this application is one that I've been asked to call in by local people, given the local tensions that these applications have raised, and there has been concerns around them. And whilst people do appreciate that there are those that are against applications, some of those residents that do support growth and do feel that they would like to see a balanced view do not feel that they have been able to get their point across, hence asking me to come and speak to you members this morning. So I will just raise to you the comments as have been raised to myself. These are views of residents of Great Ellingham. Many remember Great Ellingham, Long Street in Great Ellingham, much longer before it was built on, developed, had gardens built in, have had infill happen, have seen the length of Long Street get even longer because of development. Great Ellingham, for those of you who don't know it, it is a rural village. It's quite a large rural village. So I appreciate that that sounds a little bit bipolar of me, but there are estates within Great Ellingham which can more easily access services, have got access to footpaths, are in closer proximity to the shops. However, if you live down the bottom of Long Street, you are probably as far away at the bottom of Long Street as what you are if you live, or if you were to live on Bow Street. Absolutely taken on board the fact that the infrastructure is different on both. Long Street is quite unrecognisable now compared to what it was when some people either moved into the village or grew up in the village. But it is generally accepted that the mixture of houses and the type of houses on Long Street now complements Great Ellingham. Obviously, at a point in time, there was probably some of the same concerns what we've heard today around some of those houses what were built on Long Street, but they are now generally accepted and they do complement the offer that Great Ellingham has. Some of the concerns people have, especially those who live in Long Street, is actually, we've seen it happen to Long Street. Why is it that we can't, we're not able to see this in Bow Street? Bow Street has the same. It has a mixture of sizes, style, ages, etc. of houses. It has some of the similar challenges that Long Street have. So it's difficult for some of those residents to understand why one street in Great Ellingham seems to have taken quite a hit, whereas actually there seems to be a bit of a feeling that Bow Street can kind of feel separated from that. Noting some of the comments around car journeys, I think as a rural member, we hear this all the time. We live in a really rural ward. For those of us that represent rural patches, we can't always get away without being in the car to either access employment, school, work, social entities. But this again is something which has been caused as a concern. Again, if you live down some of the extending streets in Great Ellingham, given the size of Great Ellingham, apologies, you do need to get in the car to get there. And again, Long Street, Deetham Road, Penhill Road, Bow Street, none of them have any footpaths, yet people do live on them and to try and get to the services, and they all have to overcome some of the tricky situations around road uses. So that was just a balance of view from some of those who aren't necessarily always against, but just wanted to put their balanced view across. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, it's open to questions from members. Members got any questions at all? Councillor Banbridge.
With apologies to you and Becky, there has been mention of flood risk on this particular site, and I do want to raise it. You haven't said, and I can't see in the papers, that you've taken any action to spread the flood risk from those two large areas of concrete that you're putting on the site. Have you in fact taken any measures to push that off to the north?
Sorry, we've moved the developments around that. It's not in a flood zone as surface water flow paths. The aim is to not affect the surface water flow path. I'm a civil engineer by training, so if you start to affect the ditches and we start to change the ditches, we will affect the flow paths. We're not going to introduce further flooding. Any condition applied to the planning application will have a full surface water and foul water design. The building regulations will take that into account as well. What you're seeing on the surface water flow path is a 1 in 1,000 year event. So yes, they are becoming more common than 1 in 1,000 year events, but what we can do is design the surface water soakaways, and we can design attenuation systems to take into account that. At planning stage, we can't design much more than that. It will end up being part of the building regulations package or in the condition stage.
Yeah, if I can come back, Chairman. Yeah, I appreciate you may be a civil engineer. Are you a hydrologist? And you could have taken action to move that water into the fields without affecting the ditches at all, because we have heard from a series of applications, and it may be unfair and I may not be allowed to say that, but we have heard comments about flooding in Bow Street, and you could have taken action on that site.
No, I'm not a hydrologist. Yes, you could take further action against it, but when you're looking at the site as a whole, it's not actually flooding. It's not a flood zone site. It's a surface water flow path. The surface water flow paths on the maps that have been assessed against will show that ditches are flooding and are surface water flow paths because they're showing the route of the surface water. They're not actually showing the flooding. We can't do much about the physical flooding because it's not showing as flooding on that site. It's just showing as the flow path. So then we'd have to go outside of the development boundary and deal with stuff outside of the applicant's ownership on that. I'm not sure we can cover that. I'm looking at Becky to...
Before we all become flooding experts, I'm just going to take you back to the policy. So paragraph 175 of the MPPF clearly states that where development lies, where flood risk lies within the site area, which is your red line plan, you need to either submit a flood risk assessment to demonstrate that development lies outside of those areas, or you need to do a sequential test to demonstrate there are no other suitable sites. The agent has submitted as part of his application a topographical survey to show that no development lies within the surface water flood risk area. And therefore, in accordance with 175, there is no development. However, paragraph 175 says that you need to submit a flood risk assessment to demonstrate that. And that is the insufficient information that we have referenced within the reason for refusal. It is not that he needs surface water, SUDs, etc., to address the development. It's that he needs a flood risk assessment to demonstrate that no development lies within those flood risk areas. And that is the policy, folks.
Good. And anyone who happens to be listening and thinking about their applications in the future, we do not need you to bring along a hydrologist. We'll make do without that. Anyone else wishing to ask questions, please? Oh, sorry, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. So it's, there's another application outside of the settlement boundary, which is duly noted. It's a bit of a theme. I wonder if I misheard something, so could I just please check? So our speaker who is objecting mentioned a dead tree on the site, which as we know is off, a beg your pardon, beg your pardon, wrong way around. Ollie mentioned a dead tree. Our speaker who's the objector mentioned bats. We know that they are highly correlated because bats like roosting in dead trees. I thought I heard some additional information coming or required by ecology on habitats. Did I mishear that? Because there's a lot of information provided and I can't find it in the report, so perhaps I misheard it.
So with regards to bats, there is a reason for refusal, and our ecologist has objected that they need additional information to address that point. With regards to the dead tree, I think, and I don't want to speak for him, the agent's point is that there's a second ecology reason for refusal with regards to biodiversity net gain. Within our ecologist comments with regards to biodiversity net gain, they specifically state that the applicant has failed to take into account a tree at the access point to the site, which is to be removed in their BNG assessment. When you look at the tree survey, it does in fact say that only one tree is being removed and that tree is dead. So I think the agent's point, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, is that, you know, that isn't in the BNG assessment for good reason because it's a dead tree and that's what it says in the tree survey, and our ecologist hasn't taken that into account. And that's why he's saying there's ambiguity.
Sorry, so the additional information that's required on the bats has not been received. Is that, got it? Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? No. Okay, we'll go to the vote on this particular item. So this is at Great Ellingham, Serendipity, PL 2025-0590. Your officer's recommendation on this one is one of refusal. Could I have a show of hands that you agree with the officer's recommendation? And those against? One. Any abstentions? No. Councillor Taylor, did you vote? Yeah, vote first one. I weren't sure. Okay, that's fine. Okay, this item has been refused. Thank you. Yeah, no, we did get. Okay, so guess where we're going now? We're going to Great Ellingham. Reference PL 2025-0617, and I have, we have Trelaw back, please. Ollie Jones, already sitting there, and Councillor Sarah Suggett, already sitting there. Okay, Naomi in the chair. This really is the Great Ellingham show today.
Thank you, Chairman. Close that. So this application is actually adjacent to, this site is adjacent to the one we've just considered. So a lot of the points are actually very similar. So this application is for the erection of 2 dwellings with a detached garage carport, and it's on land adjacent to Ben's Cottage on Bow Street in Great Ellingham. So this is the location plan here, that's the red line. This is the site that we've just looked at a moment ago, and this is the current application site. And the site in relation to the settlement boundary, which is here. And this, the site in the wider context, again, a rural location. And then again, you can see the new build development, that large scale new build development in Great Ellingham, which is there in the bottom corner. And this is the proposed site plan, forward fronting properties. And these are the proposed elevations showing 2-storey buildings and the proposed floor plans. And you can see the garage carport floor plans as well there. These are the site photos. This is the entrance with the existing development there behind the hedging. And these are site photos looking north along Bow Street and looking south along Bow Street. And this is a view looking northeast across the site, which is an existing agricultural field. And some examples of the varied house types, the same slide as I showed previously. And back to the location plan. So I won't reread my report as the past application. The issues in terms of the principle of the development are considered relevant to this application as well, on the basis it's outside of the settlement boundary and not immediately adjacent to it for the purposes of policy How 3 of the Breckland local plan. And therefore it was assessed in the context of whether it was sustainable with regards to the MPPF, and it is not considered to be a sustainable location and is recommended for refusal on principal grounds, having regard to the social, economic and environmental reasons. The Great Ellingham Parish Council also objected to the proposal on the basis it was outside the settlement boundaries. So on principal grounds, it was recommended for refusal on that basis. In terms of character and appearance considerations, it also forms a reason for refusal on the basis of the impact of the development on the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. So again, very similar to the adjacent site that we've just considered. Whilst it is accepted that these are 2-storey dwellings and the previous one was 4 single-storey, the dwellings for this application would measure approximately 8 metres in height to the ridgeline at its highest point and approximately 5 metres in height to the eaves. In terms of the materials proposed, they are proposing the use of traditional Norfolk red brick with Norfolk stone and dove grey cladding to the walls. No further material details have been provided, although what was given is considered to be traditional to the area. We have received concerns from local residents in respect of scale and design of the dwellings proposed. However, given the existing residential development along Bow Street, it varies in terms of scale and design of the properties. The proposed scale and design is considered acceptable, subject to materials condition requiring precise details of external roof materials to ensure the development integrates to a high degree of compatibility with adjacent development. In terms of layout, it is accepted that the proposed boundary to the east of the site will not extend beyond the boundary of the existing residential development to the south, and the buildings will be set back on site in line with the existing development to the south, and they're street-facing dwellings with sufficient space in between the properties, which is also acceptable. But as obviously already stated, the site as it is undeveloped, open and rural, and the development would result in an undesirable consolidation of development in a location with the prevailing sporadic arrangement, which helps define the essential rural character of the area. And the application is therefore considered to be contrary to policies COM 1, Gen 2, ENV 05 and Gen 5 of the Breckland Local Plan. In terms of amenity impact, the visual dominance, loss of light, overlapping and overshadowing impacts all fall within acceptable parameters. There have been concerns raised by local residents in respect of noise disturbance from construction traffic. This would be on a short-term basis during the construction period, and conditions could be included with any forthcoming planning approval to ensure that construction works were limited to certain parts of the time and day. Overall, it's considered that the proposal will maintain an acceptable level of residential amenity for neighbouring occupants and provides generous amenity space for future occupants in line with Policy COM 3. In terms of highway safety, there's sufficient on-site parking for future occupants of the dwellings, and the provision of garages and cart lodges enable sufficient safe storage for bicycles, and no objection has been raised from the local highway authority. So the application is considered to have due regard to highway safety considerations. In terms of ecological considerations, the applicant has submitted a preliminary ecological appraisal and a biodiversity net gain assessment in support of the application. The council's ecologist has raised no objection to the proposal subject to conditions. So the application is considered to have due regard to policy ENV02 of the Breckland Local Plan. And in terms of RAMS considerations, a signed unilateral undertaking has been submitted and has therefore addressed RAMS considerations and the requirements under the Conservation of Habitats and Species Regulations 2017. Moving on to trees, the Tree and Countryside Officer requested a tree survey to enable further consideration in respect of the impact of the development on existing mature trees located nearby. The council has not sought this information from the applicant on the basis that it would be unreasonable to do so, given there are other fundamental issues with the application, namely relating to the principle of the development. It does, however, form a reason for refusal on the basis it is contrary to policy ENV 06 of the Breckland Local Plan. In terms of contamination, there have been no objections from the contaminated land officer, and there has been no objection from the Historic Environment Service subject to condition. In terms of flood risk, the site is located within an area identified at being at very low risk of river and surface water flooding and within flood zone 1. And on that basis, the application is considered to be compliant with policy ENV 09 of the Breckland Local Plan. However, overall, it remains to be in an unsustainable location on principal grounds. There remain to be issues in terms of insufficient information submitted to have regard to tree considerations, and the third reason, or the final reason, regarding character and appearance, having regard to intrinsic character and appearance of the countryside being adversely impacted by the proposal. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councillor Suggett, would you like to go first or last? Oh, last again. Okay, thank you. So we have our objector, which is Trelaw Shepherd again, please. 3 minutes.
I am personally affected by this application, as the access to these large 4-bedroom houses would be directly alongside my stable yard. First slide, please. I have rescue donkeys who currently live in a very secluded and quiet environment. They are confined in their stable yard overnight. This would be from early evening in summer and mid-afternoon in winter. They are very easily startled and will panic by sudden noise or movement. Exposure to vehicles passing alongside their yard will cause them considerable distress. Next slide, please. Additionally, the access will provide a passing place for general traffic, further increasing noise and disruption. Being repeatedly exposed to this heightened arousal in a confined area will impact on their welfare. Donkeys are susceptible to a serious life-threatening condition, hyperlipemia, which can be caused by stress. Furthermore, I'm very concerned for my own safety and others such as farrier and vet, as the donkeys will be very challenging to handle when in this state of high arousal. These concerns are supported by an expert in donkey welfare and behaviour. Other very serious concerns regarding this application are highlighted in the 21 objections on the portal. These include this development is on agricultural land outside the defined settlement boundary of Great Ellingham. It is not sustainably located and lacks safe walking and cycling to the village. With one exception, previous builds have been on brownfield sites or extensions, renovations to existing buildings. Next slide, please. Bow Street is a single-track rural lane with a blind S-bend, no passing places or footpaths, with deep ditches on both sides of the road. To increase traffic further with the addition of 2 4-bedroom houses will cause a hazard for the frequent horse riders, dog walkers, cyclists and pedestrians who use this lane. Bow Street already suffers poor drainage, subsidence and surface damage. During heavy rainfall, ditches overflow on the lane. This would be greatly exacerbated by the large hard-standing area required of these properties. Next slide, please. This particular section supports a habitat rich in biodiversity. Loss of this habitat will negatively impact local wildlife. This application, as acknowledged in the planning report, would represent an unwarranted intrusion into the countryside and undermine the visual beauty of the area. In conclusion, this development is inappropriate, unsustainable, and damaging to the landscape, environment, animal welfare, safety, and rural character of Bow Street. I respectfully ask the committee to uphold the planning officer's recommendation and refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, over to you then, please, Ollie.
Hello again, members. Third time today. You've seen this application in front of you, seen the application adjacent to this. This application has very few issues with it at all, if any. The only issue given is a lack of tree survey. Given that the dwellings are 22 metres from the north and 18 metres from the south, it's a difficult point to consider, particularly that the red line is outside of all the trees. However, should a tree survey be required, this can be submitted. A tree survey was submitted adjacent to this and proved there was no issues with the trees. I've seen many of you roll your eyes and look as if say, not another application on Bow Street. Ask yourselves this question: why are these applications coming in front of you today? Because there is no 5-year land supply. Typically when this happens, you would not see these types of applications. They would meet the requirements, they would be passed. The reason you're seeing them is because there is no footpath in this location, much as with most of Great Ellingham, as we mentioned in the last application. Last time there was no 5-year land supply, applications such as these would have been passed, they would have met the requirements of Breckland and would have simply been pushed through without you seeing them. You have the opportunity to grant permission for these small-scale developments and to help the local people. Many of you may not realise how much it costs to put an application together. It is in the tens of thousands, and these applications are not simply chucked in front of you. They are put together with great time, great thought, and with great consideration to what is happening. The applicants putting these applications together do not have money to throw away. They are small-scale developments for small-scale builders. As I mentioned last time, they are for local people. They're for 2 or 3 developments, and these, whilst may not seem to you, make a big difference to the numbers of developments in Breckland. When these types of developments are not passed, you will end up with massive housing developments, which I'm sure will raise far more concerns for your local constituents than 2 or 3 dwellings. Bow Street is a small road. It is not asked, we're not asking to put 200 or 300 dwellings, we are asking for 2 dwellings. Simply, if we were to provide footpaths, you would open up the intrusion into the countryside and would be opening up Bow Street to a much more serious level of development, which I'm sure the objectors would not like to see. I'd ask you to reconsider reconsider Breckland's decision to refuse this and look at one for approval and ask yourselves what benefit this would have, which, considering the people involved in these types of applications, would be far-reaching to the people you represent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, please, Sarah.
Thank you. I won't repeat all I said a moment ago, but just in case anybody had forgotten, some of the points that I had been asked to just raise to give what residents felt a more balanced view of Great Ellingham was the changes what have happened to other streets like this in Great Ellingham, such as Long Street. At a time they were challenged. Actually, there's a feeling now that they do complement the offer that Great Ellingham has to give. The size, style, and age what a street like Bow Street can offer is quite unique compared to some of the other infill sites what we may see potentially that could come forward in the village. And the point again around the footpath, there are many residents having to live on many other streets and roads in Great Ellingham, like I've mentioned before, Deetham Road, Penhill Road, Long Street, that do not have the benefit of a footpath. However, they do have houses, properties and communities along there, and people just would like to have felt that there was a balanced view given this morning for you to consider, committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. It's open to questions from members. Anybody? No? Oh, hang on. Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Chairman. If you'll indulge me as your Vice Chairman, these applications are coming before us, and I hear what the agent is saying. These all small developments do help the local economy, and he said about the 5-year land supply. All sites are assessed anyway, and similar ones to this 8 years ago when we had a 5-year land supply lack would have been considered and probably refused. The 3 applications altogether on Bow Street impacting on that small lane is like putting a bigger development never happened along there. If you had to put all these together in one plot, that would have been taken out straight away because of the impact on Bow Street. 3 independent little small applications put together are impacting on that Bow Street, and I've not seen such a low, small, narrow road as that before. So I'm just trying to put the balance out there.
So my indulgence was allowing you to talk and not ask a question. Good. Yeah, wonderful. Okay, Councillor Taylor with a question. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't understand why we're getting feedback on this one. Normally it's that one there. It's so confusing. I think we've already established I have a degree of sympathy with the various applicants with respect to the reasons for refusals, mention of the sustainable transport point, Councillor Suggett's observation as well. This application, I really just want to get absolute clarity on one matter, please. So reason for refusal 3 states that insufficient information has been submitted as part of the application in respect of trees, and therefore it's not possible to properly assess. The agent has mentioned that trees and hedgerows are off-site. Then at section 6, which is on page 40 of the agenda pack, it states that the Tree and Countryside Officer has requested a tree survey to enable further consideration in respect to the impact of the development on existing mature trees located nearby. So again, confirming that they are not on the application site. It then states that the council has not sought this information from the applicant on the basis that it would be unreasonable to do so, given that there are other fundamental, now notwithstanding the fact that there are points of subjective disagreement on whether or not there are fundamental issues with the application. Is that correct? So we've imposed or we're looking to provide a reason for refusal on something which has not been directly sought from the applicant.
So given that there was other in-principle reasons for refusal, the case officer didn't ask for the tree survey because it was always already going to be recommended for refusal. The trees are off the site and not within the site, but they are within 15 metres of development on that site, and therefore we would normally request a tree survey.
Okay, any other questions from members at all? Councillor Taylor.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Chairman. My question was just going to be, if the survey wasn't asked for on the basis that there was other principal considerations that would lead to the refusal, if members felt on balance that actually they were minded to approve the application, could that then be conditioned that that had to be?
It can't be subject to a condition because you don't know that there isn't unacceptable impacts to trees, but you do have the opportunity to put forward a motion to defer. Apologies. Or if you wanted to vote to approve this application, then you could delegate the matter of trees to officers if you wanted to. Apologies.
Okay.
I was too quick.
No. So it's just not doing our belt and braces. Is that how it looks? Yes. Councillor Taylor.
I think you can go for any of the Councillor Taylors. I think there's a mutual.
No, I'm being rude and I'm pointing, Sue.
Who do you want to speak? Councillor Taylor or myself? Okay. All right, I'm already on. The microphone is working. Okay, I think there's a mutual sort of agreement here that our preference is to go for the latter, to have a delegation, please. So if we can move that.
Okay, so no further questions from members. Oh, Councillor Kittle-Morris.
Just a question to the officers, please, Chairman. We don't have a 5A housing land supply, so therefore we fall back on the presumption in favour of sustainable development. Now, you are telling me, and I want you to confirm this, that you don't think this is a sustainable location in regard to our local plan policies. Therefore, you, on that ground, the biggest ground, you will refuse this application.
That is correct.
Okay. Yeah, that's caught us two out there. That's why we have a solicitor here. He said, by all means, we can take your recommendation from the floor. Hang on.
Which needs to be seconded, of course.
Yeah, which needs to be seconded. Sorry, Councillor Blackburn first.
Oh, you need to put your mic.
Is it a consideration that if this is approved, then the previous application becomes an infill, and that would make an application more likely to succeed the previous application if this one is approved?
Not on the grounds that you just used the word infill. Each application is considered on its own merits. Thank you, Chairman. in the event that you approve this application, it would be a material planning consideration that would have to be taken into account in the event that we get any other applications along Bow Street, but not on the grounds that we've accepted an infill.
Oh. Okay, fine. So, very confusing, but we have a recommendation from the floor of approval subject to a tree survey. I have a proposer in the form of Councillor Sarah Taylor. And do I have a seconder? Councillor Taylor. So putting forward to you then is recommendation from the floor is one of approval, subject to tree, etc. Could I have a show of hands for approval, please? And those against? You do that deliberately, don't they? Okay, well, I'm not going to waffle on. I believe that we're in a situation here with the likes of the development. I feel the tree survey part should have probably been nailed to the mast, and with that, I am actually going to follow the recommendation that we refuse this item. Oh. Thank you. Okay, that was my wording. It sounded like we'd let the side down. I agree with how it's been slightly fudged, but I agree that that this should be refused, and I'm going to sort of leave it at that. I probably said more than I needed to say, so I'm putting forward that we refuse this item. So do we need to take a vote on that now again? Okay, I need to make it clear that the tree issue was not fully the reason for refusal from myself. Happy?
Yeah, Chairman, with respect, I think what was the motion from the floor was not carried by your casting vote. We now need, in respect, to take a vote on whether we follow officers' recommendations.
Okay, so we'll take a vote of which I will take part in, which is the vote from your officer's recommendation of refusal. Go have a show of hands, please. Oh, we gained 6 and 7 then. So that jumped ship anyway. Okay, thank you. This item is refused anyway. Okay, thank you. I do apologise for any confusion caused. Moving on. Okay, yeah, we've got a bit of mix up because we've got some items that have been pushed to the afternoon. So if we have a comfort break, we have got an objector coming in for the scanning one, which we were envisaging that taking a bit of time anyway, which is why it went to the afternoon. But we've also got people coming in for Swaffham and for Stow Beeding. So we'll have a lunch has arrived. Good, we'll have an early lunch.
Yes.
Okay, well with that, lunch is here. We're going to break for lunch and we will return at 1 o'clock, at which point we will cover Swaffham, Stow Beeding and Scarning. So lunch is served in the other room. Okay, thank you. This meeting is closed at the moment. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Breckland Planning for the afternoon. We managed to get rid of a whole load of people, now we've got a whole load more people in. So I'm just going to cover off our general housekeeping for this afternoon. Could I first of all just tell you about the fire escapes, which are the two doors on this side of the building here. There's also another door at the end of the corridor where the lavatories are, and also the entrance door, obviously where you came in. There's not a test programmed for today, so if the bell does go, we will treat it as genuine, and we will exit the building and congregate in the car park. And if you're concerned about where you need to be going and what you need to be doing, just follow this lot, because they'll run out the quickest of the lot. They'll be gone while you're thinking about it and waiting for beefy farming to turn up. Okay, next item is phones and mobile devices. Could you ensure that they are switched off, or at least turned to silent? If your phone does go off during the middle of my meeting, then you get fined £10 to the chairman's charity, and that's not me as chairman of this committee, it's the chairman of the council, who is Councillor Samantha Taylor, who's Samantha Taylor sitting over the back row there, and her chosen charities for your £10 to go to our Nelson's Journey and Chapel Green School. So you'll do a good bit for charity. You'll annoy the hell out of me, but at least that'll be for a good cause. So there we go, you've been warned. Presentation, when the item is called, I have a list of people who have registered to speak. I'll ask you to come and sit on the right-hand side here. The officer will do the presentation, and then I will put it to the members for questions, and then we'll get to a situation where we will make a vote on that particular agenda item. Also a presentation of my team introductions. On my left-hand side, I have Mike Horn, who's solicitor to the council. My right-hand woman, I have to call her that because she's, without her, I just look a complete fool. Don't agree, whatever you do. And this is Rebecca Collins. We have Lucy Gaffer, who's going to do a couple of applications, and Chris Hobson at the back. We have Julie here, Julie Britton of Democratic Services, and Chris Fitzgerald at the back, who is your usher who saw you into the room. Okay, without further ado, we're going to go straight in to an item at Swaffham, PL 2025-0404, and the speakers on that is Amelia Rust, who's an objector. You have to excuse me for the pronunciations here. Cleophas Nalambi and Petronella of the same name, and Councillor Judy Anscombe. So if you'd like to come and sit on the right-hand side, if your name's just been called. I do apologise for the hash up with your names, I really do. I'm sure it's not the first time. Okay, all nice and comfy. I'll hand you over to Lucy to do the presentation.
Can everyone hear me okay? Yeah. Okay, so good afternoon, members. This application is 30 Vesta Close, Swaffham, and this application seeks planning permission for the change of use from a dwelling into children assisted living accommodation, C2, and means of parking. This is being brought to the attention of Planning Committee today at the discretion of the Head of Development Management, and this application is recommended for approval subject to conditions. This is the location plan of the site. So the application site is situated within the Serres Rise development off of Norwich Road, and it's shown here on the plan to the right. This is a site in relation to the settlement boundary. So the site is within the defined Swaffham settlement boundary. This is the site in its wider context. The application site is a detached two-storey dwelling. Residential dwellings are located to the north, south and west of the site. Access onto the private road is located to the east. This is the proposed site plan, and as I've already said, the means of parking is at the front of the dwelling, which is currently laid to grass. So this is the front of the dwelling. No external alterations are taking place to the dwelling itself, just a change of use. And the means of parking is here. This is again the front of the dwelling, the front of the dwelling, and the proposed parking is to be indicated up here. So this is the view looking up the private road, and here is a sort of tarmacked area which leads onto the garage. No parking spaces proposed as part of this development or catered for this development are on the turning head. This is the private amenity space for the development. There's no changes to this. Here is part of the road which leads to the garage, which is behind me in this photo. And two parking spaces are here, one behind each other. So in terms of the principle of development, the site is currently a dwelling for the purpose of the applicant's family, permitted under use class C3A. The applicable policy to assess the principle of development is policy HOW 9, so the specialist housing policy. In respect of point A, this is not applicable as this is not reducing the number of care premises. In respect of point B, the site lies in the parish and defined settlement boundary of Swaffham. Swaffham is a market town as defined by policy Gen 03 of the Breckland local plan, and therefore it is situated within a higher order settlement. In respect of point C, the proposal seeks to change the use of an existing dwelling and minor external parking alterations, including tarmacking the grassed areas at the front of the dwelling. Therefore, there will be no significant change to the street scene or character of the area. Furthermore, the laying of hard standing as a C3 dwelling house would be permitted development. And point D is not relevant in this instance given the small scale nature of the proposal. So taking all this into account, it's acceptable in principle. With reference to the design, no external alterations are proposed relating to the physical dwelling itself, just tarmacking the grass section at the lawn space at the front. It's considered that by virtue of the size scale and dimensions of the proposed tarmacked area, the external alterations are to be minor in nature and would not detrimentally affect the character appearance of the area. And again, the laying of hard standing would be permitted development. So in terms of impact of amenity, the home will consist of 2 children between the ages of 8 and 18, with 2 staff members per shift from 8 AM to 8 PM, as well as home manager on call providing scheduled oversight. Staff handovers are taking place between 7 and 8, mostly utilising digital means. However, in terms of physical presence, between 7 and 7:30, the first day staff member arrives and receives a debrief, and then between 7:30 and 8, the second day staff member arrives and relieves the remaining night staff. So this home will be primarily occupied by 5 people at a time, which is considered to be comparable of that of a typical family home, and noise and disturbance resulting from this use is not considered to be over and above normal levels. And also the council's environmental health officer was consulted and raised no objection. Also, the scheme proposes no alterations to any lighting, and nuisance and vermin it's not regarded to materially increase that risk beyond what would be expected in the home environment for a family of 5 living as such. So respect to highways, the council's highways officer was consulted and raised no objection to the proposal. Comment was raised relating to the parking specification, So a 4-bed dwelling would have 3 parking spaces within the curtilage of the property, one of which can be within the garage, which is the case. As I've shown throughout the site photos, a turning head exists at the end of the private drive, which has been constructed as part of the estate development, is not subject to this application, and no parking is indicated to utilise this turning head. 2 parking spaces are allocated within the driveway leading to the garage, and a further space is on the grassed area as well. So taking into account the assessment by the Highways Authority and the submitted supporting statements with respect to parking, visitors and the use as a children's care facility, it would not generate significantly more traffic and vehicle movements over and above the previous use as a C3 residential dwelling. And then with respect to transport links, other than utilising a private car, there are 2 bus stops located 0.2 miles away or a 5-minute walk away from the site, utilising existing pedestrian routes and paths, and they provide services to Dereham, Watton, Swaffham, Peterborough, Wisbech, Kings Lynn and Norwich. So in terms, Swaffham Town Council have raised objection throughout the application lifetime, raising concerns relating to the impact of amenity, highways, loss of planted and landscape areas, and this has been addressed in the committee report. And no other consultees have raised objection to the proposal, and these comments are also in the committee report, members. So overall, in light of the assessment undertaken, the proposal is considered acceptable and in accordance with the Breckland Local Plan, Breckland Design Guide, MPPF and Swaffham Neighbourhood Plan, and the application is recommended for approval subject to the conditions set out in the report. Is there any questions?
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Anscombe, would you like to go first or last?
Last, please, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. We've got Amelia Rust, objector. You have 3 minutes, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Amelia, a resident of Vesta Close, speaking on behalf of those who have submitted over 100 objections, raising numerous material planning issues to the proposal to convert a family home into a C2 children's residential institution. We support the need for children's care, but this proposal is wholly inappropriate for this location and poses real harm to our residential community. Vesta Close is a privately owned residential cul-de-sac. The application does not have a legal right of access for commercial or institutional use. The existing easement only permits residential traffic. Site access is a fundamental planning consideration. There's also no on-site, ignore that. There's also no on-street parking, and the road is only 1 car wide with a footpath on one side. Staff and visitor parking outside of the 3 car parking spaces will either block the footpath, creating a safety risk, or block the road entirely. This alone makes the proposal wholly unworkable. There are unrealistic staffing claims. The application says there will be only 2 staff and 2 children, but the documentation is inconsistent and lacks clarity. Earlier versions mentioned 3 children and 12 staff, as well as managers, therapists and support workers. These documents were never formally withdrawn and therefore remain valid for consideration. Children with complex needs can often require higher care ratios, such as 4 carers to 1 child. This will be a rotating workforce and not a family home. The proposal would bring 24-hour, 7 days a week traffic noise and disruption to a peaceful street. The property overlooks neighbours' homes and gardens, stripping away privacy. Even now, the stress and anxiety caused by this uncertainty is affecting residents' mental well-being. Policy COMO3 requires that new developments must not harm existing neighbours' amenity. This proposal clearly violates this principle. The application has changed multiple times from a C2A to a C3B to finally C2, with shifting staff numbers and operational details. Planning decisions must be based on stable and accurate information, not guesswork and late revisions. A lack of information is something which planning has used to refuse before. If you were to approve, we respectfully request 2 considerations: that the application must obtain notarised legal right-of-way from all homeowners on the private road, and a strict cap of 2 staff and 2 children only, with no uplift. However, we ask that you refuse the application because it lacks legal access. It brings institutional traffic and activity into a quiet residential street. There are many material planning concerns, loss of privacy, noise and disruption, increase of traffic. It is not a residential family home and fundamentally changes the character of a private road. It causes harm to amenity, it's inconsistent, unclear and cannot be relied upon. You are not bound by the officer's recommendations. You have the discretion and responsibility to protect our community. Please refuse this application. Thank you.
Well done, 2.59. That's what gets from standing in front of a bathroom mirror. Okay, the applicants ahead. Now I've got you down for 1.5 minutes each. Would you like me to stop you at 1.5 minutes, or are you going to blend? I'll give you 3 minutes and you can sort yourselves out then, yeah? Okay, fine.
Thank you, Chair, for giving us the opportunity to talk about dirty vestor clause. As you have heard from the presentation, we are seeking to create a home for 2 children in our home. And that home is going to be supervised by trained staff. And as you've heard, they will only be there with children, the 2 staff per shift. We know that we have listened carefully to the concerns that have been raised by the residents. And in terms of amenities, the home will generate less noise than a typical home because there'll only be 2 children and 2 staff. In terms of parking, we have demonstrated that we can kind of mitigate that concern because we already have 2 parking spaces and we are seeking to have the 3rd one. In acknowledgement that actually as a home, we might actually have statutory visitors coming to our home, but these would be planned well before the day of the visit. In terms of the parking area where we're seeking to make changes on, we are very flexible to kind of use materials that will support the drainage system on the area.
Okay, so to follow on from that, just to reiterate that we have thought about the concerns that have been raised by residents, and one of them is to address the issues around the fear of having vulnerable children in the community causing head chaos and becoming a difficult space. But what we need to really emphasize is that we will be involved in running this home and ensuring that it doesn't disturb the neighbors. We will remain the neighbors that have been there because he's going to be the manager and I'm going to be the responsible person. So we will be overseeing what is happening in this home. In terms of the number and level of people coming into the home, because there are 2 children and it's their home, we would ensure that anybody who is going to visit is vetted and also the other child is not disturbed. So there will always be consideration around who is in the property at any given time to reduce the number of people being involved in a child's life. But equally, we are responding to issues around the national and local crisis around vulnerable children finding places to live. And we know that we can provide that and we can support children in our community rather than sending them away.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Thank you. We've got Councillor Anscombe, please, and you have 3 minutes as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, members. This application for a Class 2 children's home constitutes a material change of use for this development and will have a considerable impact on the residents who live in this neighbourhood. No one disputes the importance of providing safe, supportive environment for young people, but this is totally the wrong location. There have been over 50 objections to this planning application because there is a significant change of function to a children's care home, not just a change to the number of residents. The The National Planning Policy Framework encourages developments that are appropriate in scale, design and function to their context. This proposal is for a 24/7 business, operating a shift pattern for staff. It is not a standard family home and will mean increases in traffic, parking demands and potential noise and security issues. To note that whilst a civil matter, there are restrictive covenants and the properties are for residential purposes only. An objection raised by Swaffham Town Council, particularly to the loss of landscaped areas, which were an important consideration in the original planning permission for this estate. This included detailed landscape and drainage arrangements, and removing planted areas will be detrimental to surface drainage and the amenity of current and any future residents. It alters the character of the area to the neighbouring properties and sets a precedent and will create disharmony. Good design for parking is achieved by using planting and landscaping to make it discreet and stop it visually dominating the development. Swaffham Town Council also state that if 3 parking spaces are sufficient for 2 carers on site, then a 4th is unnecessary. They believe that this is not an appropriate place for this type of business. Developments need a safe and efficient traffic flow with access for emergency vehicles. 30 Vesta Close is at the end of a quiet, private, shared access way with a turning head at this address. This is not a parking area but a right of easement for the residents, subject to their contribution towards the cost of repair and maintenance. This could result in these costs being incurred sooner due to additional traffic movement for the team of 12 staff employed on a 24-hour care pattern, and as such this proposal would cause conflict with neighbouring properties. The adjacent road, like many on this estate, has staggered drop curbs and double garages and is a real challenge to park safely without blocking a driveway. There has already been incidents where police have been involved because of inconsiderate parking. In summary, this proposed change of use for these premises at 30 Vesta Close is totally out of place for this neighbourhood. It is the wrong use and the wrong location.
Thank you very much. It's open to questions from members. Councillor Banbridge.
Well, I have 2 questions, really. I mean, I hear what's said and I read what's in front of me, but I'm confused as to how many children will be living in the house at any one time. So it is 2 and not 3.
Yeah, that is conditioned. Where did you get 3 from then? Oh, did you? Oh, no, it's 2. It's 2.
And my second question, which I'm confused about, is how many adults are there likely to be in the house at any one time? And I appreciate there may be a difference between day and night, so I'd like that made clear. How many adults will be in the house? There's talk of 2 and 4. There's talk of 12 people being involved. And I think it is important because this is a private road with apparently access issues and all of that involved. Thank you.
Okay, so
that's okay. Thank you.
So the application proposal in front of you is for 2 children, and those children will need to be supervised by 2 members of staff on site at any one time. So there'll be 3 members of staff on a rotating shift pattern. So those children have a 1-to-1 staff member. So 2 children, 2 adults.
Are you living in the house as well as the 2 adults who will be looking after the children? I mean, does that then make 5 adults or what?
They are not intending to live there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you. I wanted to just make a couple of observations and a point of clarification, just for the avoidance of all doubt, really. Excuse me. I think there's a little bit of a risk when people use words like institution, to lose sight of what this actually is, and it will be the home for 2 children. It will be their actual home. And in order for those children who are vulnerable members of our society to have care and support that they need, they will need trusted adults to be with them. And I speak from a position of being informed because I was a young carer and because I'm a trustee for a charity that offers social care for people, not children, who need that supported living environment. To my mind, I understand why residents might be concerned, but this is exactly the sort of place where young children should be accommodated because they're children. They should be around families. It will be a family home. It's just that their biological parents will not be living with them. That's why staff are needed to care for them and support them. So my question for all, avoidance of all doubt, is that there have been no statutory objections to this. There are no objections from a policy basis on this. And I just want absolute clarity on that, please.
No objections from any statutory consultees.
Okay, anyone, Councillor Kittle-Morris, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I have one of these properties in one of my villages in my ward, and it doesn't create any problems at all. That's one-to-one care. I think the occupants of that are slightly older than 18, so they have their own mobility cars. Is there an intention for these children to have access to mobility cars, is one question, which would cause parking problems. Can I also ask whether the removal of any turfed area to put into a car parking area is permitted development in terms of any development that's there already? And the papers mention removal of a tree and tree planting. That wasn't mentioned in Lucy's report, in Lucy's presentation. I just wonder what's happened to that.
I'm going to go backwards if that's all right. Well, not literally. So there is a young sapling tree that is currently within the green grassed area out to the front of the property, and your tree officer has asked the applicants if they would consider moving it somewhere else on the site so it can mature over time, and they have kindly agreed to that, but it wouldn't necessarily be a protected tree, but that is what's happening and that's what's been agreed with the applicants. You're absolutely right, it's permitted development. Currently, while it's a single residential dwelling to hard standing, I'm not going to use tarmac because it should be permeable, to hard standing that specific area, and that is outlined in the officer report. So currently, as a C3 residential dwelling, they do have permitted development to lay hard standing on all that area of grass without the need for a planning permission. So if that's what you mean by PD, yes. When that dwelling becomes a C2 dwelling, they wouldn't benefit from those same permitted development rights. And finally, I might have to ask the chairman if he'll let the applicants in. My understanding is that these are children, so they will only be housed in this residential home while they are children, so not when they move past into driving age. But if you allow them, Chairman, I think the applicants could probably answer it better than me. Oh, Mark wants to come back.
The reason I brought out those mobility cars is that the home that I'm in my ward, the people being looked after are adults. They can't drive, but they've been given a mobility car for their carers to take them out on day trips. So I don't know whether that's the same situation we've got here, which would negate sort of the parking problems we've got with cars. In terms of the number of cars available on site. Also, I mean, just get a little bit of context here. A normal C3 development has about 6 car movements a day, 6 to 8 car movements a day. This, I think, has less. So actually the impact on the local environment is probably less than it is, apart from the fact of mobility cars, of course.
Okay, I'll just ask the applicants to come in and just explain part of what their intention on age groups are, please.
So they are children, 8 to 18, and the children rely on the people that are caring for them to transport them. So the cars they come in, those are the cars they will use if they need to go to school, or if need be that they are using any cars during the day.
I've got Councillor Samantha Taylor, please.
Oh, there we go, we're on. Hi, I, like Councillor Kiddle-Morris, have a facility like this within my ward. It doesn't actually state here the level of care that these children will be requiring, whether they be children with extra needs or just children that are being foster placed or that need respite. Sorry about that. I totally appreciate that children with extra needs need care, having family members with extra needs, and obviously my charity being an extra needs school. My concern is for my ward, and it would be unjust of me not to mention the residents that are affected by the facility in my ward. Regular police visits, antisocial behaviour, which as an authority, the residents in my ward feel that we're letting them down because they don't get enough support. So my question is, what level of care will the children be? Because I totally agree with Councillor Sarah Taylor, children need a family environment to flourish, but what level of needs will these children have, and what will the impact be realistically on the neighbours is my concern, and how as an authority we would mitigate that.
Okay, thank you. Rebecca, please.
I'm going to stop that because you need to concentrate on what is a material planning consideration. So any average home, we could have children with extra needs in it, and 2 children is a 4-bedroom home. There could be more than 2 children easily housed in that home with additional needs. And that, just because it is a C2 use class, it doesn't mean that we're housing children with additional needs. We use the phrase, I believe, vulnerable children. And when we've had this type of application at planning committee before, the applicants have been very clear about the children are suited to the location. So it's about finding the right location for the children, not any location. But what I would say, members, and it's up to the chairman whether he wants to allow that question or not, Councillor Taylor, but it is not a material planning consideration in the determination of this planning application, or the level of care that those children need.
Okay, any further questions from members at all?
No, just wanted to say thank you for that clarification, but obviously my residents are severely affected, and I just obviously wanted a little bit of substance to the application. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so no further questions. We'll go to the vote on this particular item. It's at Swaffham on Vesta Close, PL 2025-0404. Your officer's recommendation is one of approval. Close show of hands, please. Okay, thank you. That's unanimous. That item is approved. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going on to Stowe Beedon now, 3PL 2024-0303. I've got Bradley Jones, who's an objector, Rob McKindo, who's the applicant, and Ollie Jones, who's the agent. If you'd like to come and sit on the right-hand side, please.
You're on a roll, Liz. Keep going. You know what you're doing, don't you? You can get your presentation up now. If you want, we're moving on. You can get your presentation up. Okay.
Sorry, who? Someone's missing.
Oh, Rob's stayed there. It's okay.
Oh, I see. Okay. You're going to leave him parked at the back. That's fine. Okay, it's over to you then, Lucy, when you're ready.
Okay, so, oh, is that, yeah. This application is River Cottage, Rockland Road, Stowe Eden, and this application seeks planning permission for the demolition of an existing dwelling and the erection of two detached two-storey dwellings as well as means of access. And this application is being brought to the attention of committee today at the discretion of Head of Development Management, and this application is recommended for approval subject to conditions. This is the location plan. The application site is situated off Rockland Road, located in Lower Stowe Eden, and it's shown on the red dot here. This Stowe Eden is classified as a village without a boundary, so it's not situated within any defined settlement boundary. This is a site and its wider context. The site does have built development along the road on either side of the site in the form of Stanton Cottage to the southwest and another residential dwelling to the northeast. It's noted that it's not on this map, but following a site visit, it is there. This is the proposed site plan, consisting of 2 plots, and then you can see the outline of the existing dwelling here. This is the proposed elevational plan. In terms of design, the scheme consists of two-storey dwellings, and the proposed palette of materials is considered to be a white render with Norfolk red brick in terms of walling and red pantiles in terms of roofing. This is the proposed floor plan. Each dwelling consists of an entrance hall, porch, lounge, kitchen diner, 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms and a dressing room, and the proposed garages are closest to the boundaries with neighbouring dwellings. This is the existing dwelling from the front. This is the site from the rear, and you can see Stanton Cottage here, and also the other residential dwelling here. This is the rear amenity space for the proposed dwellings. Obviously, there will be a form of boundary treatment that separates between both 2 plots. This is the front boundary of the site, showing the degree of screening with Rockland Road. And that here you can see the existing access, which is to be blocked off. And then this is the front boundary from the other side. So in terms of the principle of development, policy HAL 5 is the applicable policy here. The proposal is considered to comply with criteria 1, as the site does have built development along the road on either side of the site in the form of Stanton Cottage to the southwest and another residential dwelling to the northeast. In terms of the design of the proposal, this would be comparable to adjacent properties in terms of its visual impact, plot size, dwelling size, floor levels and scale. And it's considered the size and scale of design of the dwellings are appropriate to the locality of the immediate surrounding area. Given that there's already an existing dwelling present on the site, therefore there would be no gap in the built form, and it's regarded that there would be no harm to a visually important gap. It's noted that the council can't demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. However, taking the assessment into consideration regarding the sensitive infill, that there is an established residential use on the site for the development, having previously had 1 dwelling situated on there, and the proposal increases the net number of residential dwellings on the site, the principle of development is regarded to be acceptable. So in terms of the design, the scheme consists of 2 two-storey dwellings, and as I've already said in the principal section, the dwellings are appropriate for the locality of the immediate surrounding area, particularly to the dwelling to the northeast, and the dwellings opposite on the other side of the road, other side of Rockland Road. In terms of visual impact, the scheme is within acceptable parameters, taking into consideration the visual impact of the existing dwelling, orientation of the dwellings, and degree of screening present. It is not considered the scheme would constitute overdevelopment of the site, and the scheme would result in adequately sized plots comparable to the immediate surrounding area. It's also considered that the proposal doesn't constitute as ribbon development, as it's not significantly extending the built form beyond existing established parameters. So in terms of the impact amenity, the size, scale and massing and design of the proposed dwelling in its context the garages are located closest to the boundaries with the neighbouring properties, and it's considered that the proposal wouldn't be overbearing or visually dominant. Taking into consideration the positioning and outlook of the fenestration, there would not be any significant adverse amenity effects on the adjacent residential properties. Adequate private amenity space is available for both plots, and taking into account the height of the development at 6.3 metres, orientation of the dwellings and sun's path, it's regarded not to result in any significant loss of light. Relating to highways, there was no objection from the highways officer subject to conditions, and the ecologist raised no objection subject to conditions as well. Relating to flood risk, the site is in very low flood risk for both surface and rivers and sea, but given the proposals increasing the hard standing and built development on the site, the provision of surface water details shall be added as a condition. And then in terms of other matters, so Beedon and Breckles Parish Council have objected to the proposal, raising concerns following consultation during the lifetime of the application. These comments are outlined and addressed in the committee report, members. So in terms of conclusion, in terms of overall planning balance of the scheme, the proposal suitably accords with the Breckland Local Plan, National Plan Policy Framework, the Breckland Design Guide, as well as the applicable legislation as discussed above. Therefore, the proposal is considered acceptable and the application is accordingly recommended for approval, subject to conditions.
Okay, thank you, Lucy. We've got Bradley Jones, who's an objector. You have 3 minutes, sir. Is that okay? We'll need to have your microphone turned on. Press it. Yeah, you're away.
Thank you. Councillor Chair and members of the panel, thank you for allowing me to speak in opposition to this proposal, which greatly affects my home, which is Stanton Cottage, which is located directly in front of the development towards the road. I'm also representing another members of our concerned small hamlet who are here today. I would first like to raise the issue of highway safety, a matter which is particularly concerned to our village, which is plagued by speeding motorists. With respect to this development, I am particularly concerned with the proposed location of the new entranceway. Having read Rachel Lyne's Highway Development Manager's latest report on the state of the highway outside of this development, it's very clear from this full and worthy report that it has been entirely produced using supplied documentation and not a site visit. I'm a realist. I completely understand that the Highways Department are very, very busy people with lots of applications. So therefore, they can't visit every site. However, this documentation that this report relies on is incorrect and therefore misleading. For example, Site Plan 222-PP-120H, which even after 6 versions fails to show the houses and driveways on the opposite this proposed development. which are directly opposite this development. Instead, it shows a field. We are concerned that the Highways Department are unsighted about these other driveways, and in respect to the proposed usage of the new driveway, the new entrance, coming as it does only some 50 yards from a blind bend in the middle of the village, we respectfully ask that you refuse this application, as this matter needs to refer back to the Highways Department for review and comment on the safety aspect of the location of the new entrance. In addition to this, or the second point, if I can, there is a communal drainage system that runs through the proposed development site, but as I understand it, is not connected to the current property. This system takes surface water from the land opposite, or on the other side of the highway, runs through the property and goes down through the village. Most winters, this drainage system gets blocked and needs to be unblocked and serviced. We are concerned that if the proposal is approved, that conditions need to be placed on the property of plot 2 that would allow access to this system at any time for it to be unblocked or serviced.
Do you want to sum up?
The first one is about road safety, and the second one is about a condition being placed on property so someone can't stop people accessing the drainage system that does not affect them.
Okay, thank you. Over to Ollie Jones, please. 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, members. Hopefully it's the last time you'll see me today. So this application is recommended for approval. You're pleased to hear there is no flood risk issues or surface water drainage issues with this application. The application has been through rigorous changes over the past 2 years, starting off its early form as a self-build development for 2 families that were interested in the original plots. This has changed due to the change in designs requested by the planners, and this application has turned into 2 normal build dwellings. The points raised by the members of public are non-material discussions and points which are not something the applicant can offer solutions to, primarily because they are not complementary to the planning application. The existing dwelling is not fit for purpose and in a state of disrepair. 2 modern dwellings replacing this with higher standards of living for modern families would be a much better proposal than the current existing dwelling. The comments relating from the parish regarding highways are not consistent with the discussion with highways. We spent a numerous number of iterations and designs going backwards and forwards with a highways officer on this application. You will see the existing entrance was removed and a new entrance was proposed at their request. A parallel visibility across the front of the property has been provided, and the reason for this is to increase highway safety, not reduce it. The applicant has spent a considerable amount of time designing the dwellings and their turning areas inside of the site. So turning areas are provided inside of the site, which is currently not available to the existing dwelling. The points raised regarding surface water are a condition which could be applied to the application at its point of delivery. There is an existing surface water system that runs through the site. We are aware of this, and there is no reason why a condition could not be applied to this. It is already an existing thing that exists on the current property, and it is serviced by members of the public. We urge you to follow the officer's decision and grant this permission in line with the conditions put in front of you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca, please.
Just to confirm, members, that the highways officer has in fact told us that she's been to the site and visited the site personally, and she made comments on the application. And secondly, you can't ask for a condition to allow other members of other members of the public on other people's lands. That wouldn't meet the tests of a planning condition. That would be a civil matter between the parties.
Okay, thank you. It's open to questions by members. Anyone wishing to ask questions? I thought you would. Councillor Banbridge.
think you just answered your own question there. Yeah. It's not a material planning consideration. It's a civil matter. There may well be riparian rights. I'm not going to advise you on that because that's not a planning matter. But it's not a planning matter, members, and you can only add conditions where, in the first instance, it's related to planning, reasonable, Wednesbury reasonable, enforceable. Do you need the rest? Because I'm doing it from memory. But yeah, you can't add it, I'm afraid.
Any further questions from members at all? No? Okay, thank you. So with this item at Stowe Beedon, which is 3PL 2024-0303, your officer's recommendation is one of approval. Can I have a show of hands, please?
Unanimous.
And that's unanimous. Thank you. This item's approved. Thank you. Okay. Sorry?
Last one.
Okay, our last one for the day, which is at Scarning. That's land east of Drayton Hall Lane, the PL 2025-0321. I've got Councillor Parsons of Scarning Parish Council. Thank you, sir. If you'd like to come and sit on the right-hand side. And I've got Stuart Oldroyd, who's the applicant, if you'd like to also come and sit on the right-hand side.
Chairman?
Mark's got his hand up.
I have received representations on this application.
You've received, thank you. Okay, thanks for that. Duly noted. You've got to leave, both of you? Yes, okay. You're not sure. Okay, thank you. Thank you for attending. Makes my life easier, apart from the fact the other tail has gone as well, so it doesn't make no odds. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks, Chairman, and good afternoon, members. Yeah, I just wanted to a couple of points before I go into the presentation. Obviously, as the Chairman mentioned, we're in Scarning for the final item, land east of Drayton Hall Lane, and just really to point out a couple of things. You'll see the supplementary report on pages 91 to 94 of the report pack. So just to point out from that, there's a few items. There's further comments received from the ward members, Councillor Paul Hewitt, Councillor Linda Turner. So to point out those. Within there, you'll also see comments from the Norfolk Rivers IDB, Internal Drainage Board, Anglian Water as well. But a couple of further comments that have come in the last 48 hours. I'll go into more detail on shortly. Those have come following the supplementary.
Councillor Bambridge.
Oops. Just to be clear, Chairman, I also have received a letter on this, and I also sit on Norfolk Rivers IDB. In fact, I'm Vice Chairman, but I don't think it will probably affect any comments I make. Thank you.
Sorry, Chris. That's all right. No, thank you. So yeah, I was just going to come on to those. One from George Freeman, MP, that's just come in, and a local NHS Mid-Norfolk PCN have come in since that. So I'll come into more detail on those in a moment, but just to flag that. So some members may recall this site. It was heard a planning committee in October 2023. So it's one that some members will be aware of. As you'll see from the report, the application was refused at committee on that date, so subsequently appealed. And you'll see through the report the outcome of that appeal and the reasoning. And you'll see from that the original reason for refusal from the committee was concerns about the location, its sustainability, access to facilities and services, its location outside the settlement boundary of Dereham and the proximity to the A47. And you'll see within the report that, just quickly in summary, the appeal was
dismissed, but that was solely on the reason of the proposal failed to demonstrate that there wouldn't be harm to the habitat sites affected by way of additional nutrient pollution. So I'll just kind of move into the application a bit more. You'll see that it's an application it's the same application and scheme and site that was considered in 2023 by the council and by the inspector 12 months ago when considering the appeal. As you'll see, it's an outline application. It seeks permission for the principal and access for a seater use, a care home. Now, as mentioned, it's the same as previously considered. Matters of scale, layout, appearance and landscaping are therefore reserved to a later date, but you'll see some indicative drawings of the proposals in a moment. In terms of the site, just moving on, there is the site, coming to more broader context, but you'll see Drayton Hall Lane immediately to the west of the site, and the A47 there running to the south, and the kind of Scarning Estate sits to the north, so a mixture of two-storey, end of 2000s, two-storey detached, semi-detached homes, with open space. You've got open fields to the west and south of the A47, meadows and open fields again to the east of the site. And so that's just a bit more of a wider concept. You can see the Scarning Estate to the north. Clearly the A47 corridor runs to the south of the site. There's the junction with Drayton Hall Lane and the Fen Road junction just to the west as well. There you can see the residential area to the north and that kind of context there. Relationship to the settlement boundary, yeah, we can see the red edge there of the settlement boundary. Again, won't go into more detail. Surface water flood, the flood risk here, pluvial along here from the ditch and drainage network. So you can see the meadows, residential areas, say to the north. In terms of a bit more detail, we can see some of the trees on site. A relatively open but undulating site, so it slopes generally downwards to the south into the A47. And there you can see the makeup of the site at the minute. So it's open scrubland, trees and vegetation at the moment. But you can see the kind of rural area around. So yeah, in terms of the site, so we can see the site here is in front of us along the frontage. So you can see the two-storey dwellings immediately to the north. So access would be roughly in this location. And that's that view south from the site access to the junction of Drayton Hall Lane with the A47 site in here on the left. And then the corresponding view northwards. See the undulating ground here. Yeah, and that's the site in there behind the hedgerow. The trees, mature vegetation that kind of border that south and east boundaries of the site evident here. And there's the north boundary. So we've got the two-storey houses on Hawthorne Drive sitting here. There's the kind of close border fence that runs along there. Yeah, in terms of going on to actually the proposals, as I mentioned, it is outlined with layout, scale, etc. reserved. So we are looking at the access, which is located here. But also to demonstrate that such a scheme could be achieved on the site, we've got some detailed drawings. So we've got a layout plan here. So access, parking and manoeuvring areas, landscape gardens around. It's a two-storey indicative scheme showing a 60-bed unit. Then just in terms of how they've come with the proposals here, we've got those kind of internal communal areas, servicing areas for the staff, kitchens, laundry, staff rooms, changing rooms, that type of thing to the frontage. We'll see the reception and access communal areas, again along here in these reddish areas. And in terms of the makeup of the care home, it's 60 beds, each with their own wet room here. So these are clearly see the individual rooms here. Communal areas on each floor for the residents. And then again, this is this first floor layout. So again, a similar kind of make up an arrangement in terms of location of rooms, but yeah, you can get a makeup of the internal arrangements and access to communal areas and facilities with the necessary service rooms as well. So as I said, we've got some indicative elevation, so we can see the kind of general scale, how it would sit there. So a two-storey building. Again, we're not looking at the detail here, but it proves to us as officers that actually a scheme could be achieved on the site. And there's the view from the south, so you can see the relationship to the two-storey dwellings that Hawthorne Drive behind. And again, from the east, so yeah. And then from the north. So you've got those two wings that project towards to the north. What was that? Shared boundary with Hawthorne Drive and this recessed element here, that's where that's shaded. And then just an indicative visualisation from the frontage there. As I mentioned, we're considering detailed access, so here's the access here. So you'll see in the report that's been considered by Highways Authority and National Highways, and there's no objections from either authority in that regard. Parking arrangements, 25 spaces shown here, turning areas, and obviously looked at the drainage aspects of it in detail. So you'll see the local flood authority have been consulted following further updates, and there's no objections. But we're looking at, in terms of an indicative scheme, dealing with surface water drainage, attenuating it off-site with discharge to the ditch network that runs along here and to the south, with it at a restricted rate to reflect the existing site and runoff rates. So yeah, that's just a quick run through of actually the scheme in front of us and being considered. As I say, it's the same as that was considered by the council and the inspector last year. So you'll see, as I mentioned, some of the consultation responses going on to that. The Scarling Parish Council have objected again. Those comments are set out in the report, and those are the same comments and objections and concerns raised previously, and those issues are addressed in my report. You'll also see Dereham Town Council previously objected to the application in 2023, and those are raised the same issues as those raised by the Scarling Parish Council, and we officers have considered those again, and as I say, they're all addressed in the officers' report. In terms of, you'll see from the supplementary report that the consultation period for the Dereham Town Council is ongoing. We haven't yet received comments from them on this latest application. Therefore, you'll see from the supplementary report is recommended that authority is given to officers to consider those comments, and if they do raise any new material planning considerations that haven't previously been raised, that obviously that would then be referred back to planning committee if that was the case. You'll see from the wider community there's 9 objections. Now again, looking at those comments, they do reflect those matters that generally were raised previously, and those are kind of considered through the assessment section of the report. And some of those do relate to impacts on the amenity of neighbours to the north, so I'll run through that briefly, but a lot of them relate to concerns about the suitability of the access, its location, again, which has been considered by officers and the inspector in detail at the appeal. So, as I mentioned, there's those updates from the supplementary. George Freeman MP sent through comments yesterday, so I'll just quickly summarise those for members. He shares the concerns of the local community in terms of its location on the Drayton Hall Lane, its location and proximity to the A47 and a junction fraught with significant problems. It's unsuitable for a care home due to its isolation from essential local services, accessibility, close to the major highway junction again, which is known for highways accidents. He notes there's additional challenges for flooding in respect to parking facilities. He's noted that the environment does not support a nurturing space for residents, which kind of contradicts the goal of trying to create a fostering community and well-being for the residents and individuals. And essentially a care home in this location would confine the residents rather than integrating them into the wider community and undermining the purpose of the facility. As I mentioned, also we've received comments from the Mid-Norfolk PCN on behalf of the NHS in the last 48 hours, and they've raised objections again. The NHS raised objections previously in terms of the impact of this type of accommodation on local health infrastructure. They particularly noted this time that the practices within the PCN's area are responsible for the medical oversight of large number of care home beds, and this they highlight is intensive, resource intensive, requires a dedicated clinical time from GPs and other healthcare professionals, and their concerns are adding another care home to this overstretch workload would jeopardise the quality of healthcare more broadly. Generally, the GP services, etc., are undergoing significant change in terms of their organisation, resourcing, delivery, and the implications of further needs on that. The funding aspects of it, in terms of it would require a minimum of one part-time GP as a lead, a part-time visiting nurse supported by care coordinators and clinical pharmacists, and their issues with current premises in the area in terms of lack of space within their practice, the impacts that closure of Toffwood surgery has had, the need for extensions there. We've talked about at the last committee, and it's detailed in the report, about what officers' views on the impact there is a obligation, financial contribution necessary and justified, and there's been case law in the last few years. In 2023 there was 2 cases which I think Rebecca's mentioned to members and committees before. There does need to be a clearly direct local impact, and one of the key aspects here is this type of this care home provision is looking at those residents that need particularly high levels of care. They're frail, various reasons need that care, so they will already have essentially or be within a GP list or surgery. They'll already be seeing some kind of level of care, and those do tend to be relocated from the local area, so they'll be finding bed spaces from that. So in terms of actually seeing, from our job, is actually assessing, is there a direct impact? We don't feel there's a direct impact given this type of accommodation. And you'll also see from the report that there's other aspects in terms of how this type of accommodation can help to actually provide, say there's rooms for nursing staff on site and provisions for that, and some of the care they'll provide helps to actually reduce some of that impact. So as previously recommended, as set out in the report, it's officers' views that we note the comments from the NHS Trust, but in terms of the tests from a planning obligation perspective, in terms of the SIL regulations, the MPPF and legislation, we don't consider that's justified. It doesn't meet the test as being required in this case. In terms of moving on to kind of the principle, really, briefly summarise the principal issues just now. I mean, the previous reason refusal highlighted its location outside the settlement boundary. That was a matter the inspector picked up directly and concluded that the policies in our local plan don't necessarily require it has to be within a settlement boundary, but within a higher order settlement, which Dereham is. In terms of the location, accessibility, dealt with that directly and highlighted that actually, given the nature of the occupants of this facility, a lot of the need for accessibility will be from visitors and staff members. So, and in that regard, he felt that this location was accessible. It was accessible for bus services, cycle and pedestrian network, being on the edge of Dereham. So felt the location was sustainable and suitable. And similarly, he looked at the proximity in terms of A47, highway safety, amenity of residents, and felt the proposals were acceptable in that regard. And in terms of officers' views, our officer remains the same in terms of its suitability, in terms of the location. So where we look at the principle, it's considered that the location and suitability principle of development is acceptable. It's compliant with policy HOW 09, and obviously since it was previously considered by officers, we have resolved to approve applications for C2 bed spaces in Attleborough, Swanton Morley. So in terms of our local plan, there is still an outstanding need for C2 bed spaces of approximately 901 bed spaces, C2 bed spaces. So there's still a need for that. And a study from the Norfolk County Council and councils across Norfolk in 2022 identified that in Breckland alone in 2036 there would be a need for additional 369 residents in a care home setting, 2041 for 462 residents. So the evidence is there is still a critical need for this type of accommodation. So having regard to that need, the policies in the local plan, the principle of developments is considered acceptable. Obviously, the reason the inspector dismissed that appeal 12 months ago was in relation to the impact on the habitat sites in Norfolk due to nutrient pollution. At the point of determining that appeal, the inspector had regard to our comments, Natural England comments, and the mitigation proposed, which was securing credits via the Wendling Beck environmental project. Since then, that project is now selling nutrient credits. It's got the necessary legal agreements in place between ourselves as a local authority to administer, monitor and enforce those credits and sales. So now essentially the mitigation is there and being in place. So essentially that reason for refusal, the impact on the habitat size has fallen away. The applicants are proposing to and have agreed to purchase credits from the Wendling Beck environmental project, and you'll see the recommendations based on that's securing those credits, and for officers to conclude our habitat regulations assessment once we have confirmation of that. So in that regard, that sole reason refusal, is no longer existing from our perspective. And again, looking at some of the issues raised, they're dealt with in the report in detail, but lots of the concerns again continue to remain about highways infrastructure and impacts, and you'll see that the Highways Authority and National Highways haven't objected in terms of the proposals. The key test is there a severe impact? Officers' views and experts' views is there's not a severe residual impact, and it meets the policy tests of the MPPF and our local plan. In terms of overall matters like design, character and amenity, we recognise the concerns raised by the community, parish, town councils and the community. However, the scheme does demonstrate a scheme can be provided and is acceptable in terms of planning policy and the MPPF. In terms of the environmental health team, again, they've raised no objections subject to conditions that deal with future residents' amenity through a noise impact assessment and mitigation measures that will be secured at reserve matter stage. And there's no, alluding to the report, there's no objections from statutory consultees, and conditions would satisfactorily mitigate impacts on flood risk and drainage, contamination, ecology, and potential archaeological features on site. You'll see there is a section 106 necessary to secure those ecological mitigation requirements in terms of nutrient pollution, 10% biodiversity net gain, and impacts through recreational pressure on habitat sites in Norfolk, and that would be secured through a legal agreement. In terms of summary quickly, what has changed since the council and the inspector's decision on this? We see the tilted balance resulting from the council's plan being over 5 years old and lack of being able to demonstrate a 5-year housing supply is instigated paragraph 11. So we've also had regard to the requirements there that have to balance the positive and the adverse impacts, and determine whether those, the presumption is granting permission unless adverse impacts outweigh the benefits. And you'll see there is a minor impact locally in terms of the character of the site and area, in terms of the built form on the site, but those minor adverse impacts are significantly outweighed by the benefits of the proposals. In terms of the recommendation, therefore, having regard to what the assessment in the report, where we sit now in regard to the appeal inspector's decision, which is August last year, 12 months. there's no significant change in terms of the scheme, the site characteristics, etc. We've given significant weight to that material consideration given this. It's an important consideration. The application is compliant with the development plan and the NPPF. It's therefore recommended for approval as set out on page 94 of the supplementary report, and the conditions on pages 85 to 90, as I say, is subject to securing a 106 agreement to deliver those obligations, as I've just mentioned, but also just that updated resolution that authority is given to officers to consider any comments received from Durham Town Council. Obviously, if necessary, it being referred back if anything new, any new material considerations are raised that haven't previously been. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, I've got Councillor Parsons, Scarling Parish Council, sir. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chairman and members. Scarling PC have already made a submission regarding this application, which I'm sure you've all read and noted. I just wanted to cover that off a bit more fully. There are 1 or 2 aspects there which really greatly concern us. I start with parking. There are 25 spaces proposed here for 60 employees and additional visitors. There's no provision for overspill. I ask you, what will happen at changeover time? The Parish Council are very concerned that we'll end up with visitor parking on the road at the approach to this very busy junction. At busy times, congestion already tails back beyond the proposed entrance. There are no parking restrictions, and if there were, we are concerned that this would then lead to parking on verges and on pavements, further limiting visibility and encroaching on the visibility displays. The proposal states that most employees would use the bus or walk. I ask you, would they cross the A47 on foot? There are no paths from Toftwood, and there are no bus stops or bus service, indeed, on Drayton Hall Lane. We come to access. Now, I live adjacent to Oak Manor Care Home in Scarling, a mile or so up the road. It's a well-run place with 61 residents, so a similar number to what we have here. And every day I witness HGV vehicles reversing into the staff car park for deliveries. They do this from Shipdham Lane. It's a quiet country lane. It's not a rat run like Drayton Hall Lane is. Again, the Parish Council are just very concerned that this has the potential to cause traffic chaos with inevitable results. There's not enough space there, I think, to take an HGV, dust cart, food delivery, skip lorry type of thing in and out in a forward direction if all the car parking spaces are used. The third point, I think, is the most important one. This is right adjacent, within 50 metres of the most dangerous junction on the A47. Very shortly, there'll be 30 miles of unbroken dual carriageway from Acle to Dereham. Traffic travelling at 70 miles an hour westward will be catapulted into a 60-mile-an-hour single carriageway, which has seen 3 separate fatal accidents in the past 11 years. The traffic data in this report is a bit selective and fails to mention 2 more fatal accidents in very close proximity to this junction. The next junction then is Drayton Hall Lane, and you propose allowing a care home within 50 metres of what is probably the most dangerous junction on the A47. We feel there should be no development on Drayton Hall Lane until we have a roundabout or traffic lights at this most dangerous point. I tell you, I'm a confident driver, but I won't turn right out of this junction. Just one other point, which I know lots of other residents have raised, is additionally there are many homeowners who live nearby who are very concerned that the woodland that we'll lose here shields them from the noise nuisance really from the A47 as it is now. I just asked the planning committee to think very seriously about granting this application. As a parish council, we have grave concerns that this is likely to be a serious accident looking for somewhere to start. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I've got Stuart Oldroyd, who's the applicant, sir. 3 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, and thank you. This updated application follows a recent appeal decision, as you've heard,
It's firmly recommended for approval by your officers and is supported by all statutory consultees, including National Highways, Norfolk County Council Highways, and Adult Social Care, and by Environmental Health. The application has been put together by an experienced team of care home experts. It is submitted in outline to establish the principle of development, giving a future occupier the flexibility to submit a detailed scheme that can incorporate their operator requirements. The recent appeal decision was for an identical proposal. It confirmed that this is a suitable location for a care home in terms of safety, location, and planning policy. This dismissal related only to the availability of nutrient neutrality mitigation and no other reason, as you've heard. Since that decision, the Wendling Beck mitigation scheme has become operational, fully resolving that single obstacle, as the committee report explains. Previously, this planning committee had expressed concerns in relation to highways. The county highways experts, the highways agency, and the planning inspectorate have all reached the independent conclusion that there are no highways grounds for refusal or parking or HGV deliveries, which, by the way, can be accommodated on site because this is a modern purpose-built facility. All residents are too frail to drive cars. The proposal will only generate traffic from staff and visitors, equivalent to just 6 additional vehicles per hour in the morning and afternoon peak, just 6 vehicles per hour. The Drayton Hall Lane and A47 junction has recently been upgraded, dramatically reducing incidents. All of the fatal accidents that you've heard about occurred before those changes were made. We're aware that concerns have been raised about the security and safety of residents in relation to the nearby road. This will be a purpose-built and designed care home, meeting all current regulations, where security and safety are of the highest rigorous standards established by the Care Quality Commission. Entry to and from a modern, purpose-built care home is exceptionally closely controlled, such that vulnerable residents would simply not be able to wander off. Furthermore, this is an outline planning application, such that detailed security measures would be controlled by this council at the reserve matters stage, as well as by the Care Quality Commission throughout its operation. A care home provides accommodation with 24-hour care and support for residents to live out the last months of their lives with support and dignity. Residents are usually very frail and may need help with walking, washing, dressing, personal hygiene, feeding, medication, laundry, and going to the bathroom. Some residents cannot walk at all, and many are singly or doubly incontinent. It's our experience, by the way, that these facilities reduce pressure on local NHS trusts. They don't increase pressure. They take away pressure by providing appropriate accommodation for people at that stage of their life. The quality of the space of this care home will far surpass the outdated local stock of existing housing for the elderly. There is an urgent policy need for care homes, and the tilted balance in favour of approval applies in this case. Finally, councillors, as esteemed and knowledgeable members of this planning committee, you will know that having resolved the sole reason for dismissal at appeal, planning permission should now be granted. And we therefore respectfully request that planning permission is granted in line with your expert officer's recommendation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's open to questions from members. Wow. Councillor Gilbert, Councillor Bambridge, and sorry, I always think Councillor Blackburn. So I always think I don't want to call
Thank
you
you,
Annie.
Chairman. So that Gordon doesn't have to ask, I will ask about flooding.
Oh.
Can we come back to one of your first slides, Chris, which showed, as I saw it, in a fluvial floodplain, very large, virtually covered the whole site, blue area. There.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You did have it there.
Yeah. I mean,
No, this is it.
is this in a floodplain? Because it looks very much.
Say no.
No. Just say
It looks
No,
very.
it's no.
Yeah.
You've not got your mic in, but it's a
Just
no.
slightly outside it.
No, it sits right beside it.
Yeah.
It's not in the floodplain.
Not quite.
End of story.
Not quite in it. Okay, that's
It's adjacent.
to it,
Thank
right.
you.
That's one. The other thing I was going to say is, I'm not sure that that is the right site for a for a facility
Mr. Horn
this
come
kind
in,
right
please?
next to the A47.
Mr. Horn, come in, please.
I think we need to concentrate minds here. As the applicant said, this is exactly the same application that has been considered before. There was only one reason that was given for refusal last time, and that reason has been resolved. There is no other change. I have to say that if there is no other change, it would be open and shut unreasonable for the council to come up with an additional reason for refusal now, when with nothing changed, that didn't happen last time.
Okay. Are you okay, Councillor Gill? Okay, I'm moving on to Councillor Bambridge and then Councillor Blackburn. Thank you. Oh, you do? After all that. Okay, Councillor Bambridge, please.
Okay. Well, I have to say I was not on this committee last time, and so I know it doesn't make any difference, but it does mean I feel free to comment. So, and most of my questions, which I had before, have been answered. I do just want to be clear, we as a planning committee have nothing to do with the licensing of the management of patients, do we? So that's nothing to do with us. And I noticed that the Norfolk Rivers IDB have asked for some paperwork to comment, and I'm confident their planning department can do that. Can I ask, is there a footpath from the site across Carning Meadows into the middle of Dereham? Because it's a fairly short walk.
There is a route. I think the conventional route would probably be for those along northwards along Drayton Hall Lane. In terms of, I'm thinking about those in terms of hours of shift patterns, in terms of visitors, in terms of staff. Probably would be the direct safest route would be along those road networks where you've got lighting, that type of thing. There is a route through, but yeah, when I've considered it, I would, particularly looking at the appeal as well, that's where I think would be a safe route I would consider as an officer in terms of those main roads rather than through the. It is a lot closer that way, but it doesn't provide that surveillance and safe route that I would advise.
Okay, thank you, Chris.
That's fine. That was just, I felt it was interesting because that's it. And that footpath is of course lit. I mean, normally in the countryside we can't spell lighting after 8 o'clock in the evening. The parish council did raise a number of issues. Presumably we can ask, I know one of those at least was dealt with by Mr. Aldroyd, but presumably we can make sure that those matters are dealt with the substantial application that will follow this outline.
So in the event we grant planning permission today, this is outline planning permission with all matters bar access reserved. So the parking would be addressed at the reserved matters when we consider layout.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No. Yes, Councillor Blackburn. Gotcha.
Sorry, on the highway issue then, it's already been resolved, because I know that junction and traffic does come back, so how traffic can turn right into that site would be a concern. But if that's been addressed, then fair enough.
There are no statutory objections from your Highways Authority or National Highways about the junction with the A47. So there are no statutory objections to having an access in that location. So if you want to use the word dealt with, then I'm not going to disagree.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. Okay, thank you. So this item, PL 2025-0321 at Scarning in outline format. Your officer's recommendation is one of approval. Can I show of hands, please? And those against? All right, 5-1. Okay, this is approved. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. We move on to item 10, applications determined by the Director of Planning and Building Control, and that is there for your information. And also item 11, appeals summary, also there for your information. And with that, I apologise for the length of the meeting and the ins and outs of lunch and what have you, but we got there in the end, and I thank you for your patience. And with that, I close.